All rise.
All right, the record will reflect the jury is outside the courtroom at this time, states at council table, and defenses at council table, and a defendant. We ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any matter we need to take up outside the presence of the jury before we begin?
Your Honor, the only thing I would ask is for leave of court when the jury comes in to address the court regarding Exhibits 221 and 223 as requested in chambers.
You see counsel right quick. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. We need to take up a matter before we bring the jury. Hang on with the jury.
I address the court.
You may.
Your Honor, on Friday, through testimony of Texas Ranger David Armstrong, the state offered and had admitted 2 exhibits relating to drug paraphernalia, which was identified and retrieved through the search warrant of the defendant's home on February the 2nd, 2013. Exhibit 221 was a hookah pipe or bong, which was retrieved, contained in a black metal case. Exhibit 223 was a metal tin box, which contained within it 2 pipes and other drug paraphernalia, as well as what we expect to be identified as leaf marijuana through lab technicians. Also in those packages were, in each one was a small glass metal vial with small glass vial with clear liquid in it, a metal top, and a rubber insert through which a syringe could be inserted. When those were produced out of the box, as the content of State's Exhibit 223 was revealed, that was shown in front of the jury, and the witness was questioned by me concerning the identification of that item as a glass vial with an unidentified clear liquid into which a syringe could be inserted. That was the extent of the testimony, or the nature of the testimony. Since that time, the state has discovered that those vials were actually not obtained with the other drug paraphernalia, but was actually inserted into those exhibits at the lab in Garland, Texas, the DPS crime lab, as preservation of material for future testing. We are concerned, in all fairness to the defendant, that the presentation of those vials could have left an impression that it was drug paraphernalia that those vials consisted of. We believe it's proper to address the court in the presence of the jury, to first address the history of how those vials were included with those exhibits, affirm positively that those vials were not present when the items were seized from the residence of the defendant and were in fact actually produced by the DPS crime lab in Garland, and to request that the court instruct the jury to disregard questions and answers relating to those vials other than their identification through the crime lab chemist, who will be called next, in order to remove those items as exhibits. We will also be asking the court, once they are identified by the chemist, who is our next witness, Jennifer Rumpke of the DPS crime lab, once they're identified, we'll be asking that those specific vials be removed from the state's exhibits 221 and 223 and removed from consideration by the jury, and that the jury be instructed to disregard any testimony regarding those vials.
Mr. St. John.
May I get something marked, Your Honor, for the record only?
You may.
May I approach the bench?
Yes, sir.
For the record, showing the court's defendant too, for the record only, Your Honor, I think we provided a copy to the state of Texas and have shown the court the sworn testimony of the ranger who testified in this matter.
All right, Defendant's Exhibit 2 is admitted for record only.
Judge, it's our position that it's a little bit too late in the game to try to cure anything. A Ranger, the Texas Ranger from Dallas County, who testified under oath that he collected these items from my client's house, Eddie Routh's house. This would be Ranger David Armstrong, testified under oath he collected these items found in the tin box. So I'll submit to the court he committed a felony in front of this court, committed perjury in front of these 12 folks, and there's nothing you can say to cure his perjured testimony. He testified under oath, he collected it. Matter of fact, the DA, and I would suggest the DA was in good faith, but the DA asked a specific question as he paraded a vial in front of the jury, quote unquote, Ranger, is that the vial? Is that the vial? Is that the type of vial into which you stick a syringe? And the Ranger stated, yes, it is. Big discussion about all the drug paraphernalia. That leaves an inference with the jury that my client has some type of controlled substance in his home. There's testimony that could have been marijuana in there, but there's an inference that it could have been methamphetamine or some other type of controlled substance. So I would suggest to the court that there's no anything you can do regarding any instruction to the jury to cure the harm that my client received based on perjured testimony from a Texas Ranger, who I would suggest is a certified peace officer in the state of Texas, knows what to do when telling the truth, collected those items, testified he collected those items, testified everything in the tin box he collected, and then when brought it out, he didn't say in the presence of the jury, I didn't collect these vials. Never stated that. Never gave that indication at all. Had every opportunity to say that, chose not to do that. So I would suggest that there's nothing you can do regarding an instruction to cure the damage to the jury. Basically, there's already a skunk in the box based on the misrepresentation of a Texas Ranger. Therefore, since we don't believe anything can be cured based on perjured testimony, we're going to ask for a mistrial, Your Honor.
Your Honor, briefly, to address the issue of the allegation of perjury, this witness committed no perjury at all. He responded to inartful questions of counsel regarding a portion of an exhibit and its contents, which was revealed and removed here in open court. There was no misrepresentation about what was seized at the scene. There was no misrepresentation about the contents of the box. He had testified he had seized the box, identified drug paraphernalia in it, and seized it. Counsel asked him inartful questions regarding that vial. This Ranger did nothing wrong.
All right, having received the argument this morning outside the presence of the jury, I will first find that the nature of the testimony is curable by an instruction. I will allow the testimony to be presented in front of the jury with regard to the vial, the nature of the explanation relating to its erroneous admission and its withdrawal. I think that the items need to be marked and admitted for record purposes only outside of the exhibit numbers. That's 221 and 223. And I will instruct over counsel's objection, the jury to disregard, once that's been done in front of the jury, to disregard the testimony relating to the vials, and not to be considered for any purpose. I have read the contents of Defendant's Exhibit 2, which is admitted for record purposes only, and specifically the allegation relating to the commission of perjury. It's a narrative by the Ranger describing what he's pulling out of the tin can. And then when it gets to the relevant part, there is a vial of some type of liquid, which I don't know what that is. Pause. That was also found in the tin can as well. At this point, I don't know whether he's describing that he found it at the crime scene in the tin can, or he found it in the tin can as he was removing the exhibits during the course of the trial. So I'll not consider any perjured testimony at this time. In any event, I don't think it's material to the proceedings. In that regard, I think counsel wishes to make an additional objection. I'm overruling the objection with regard to the limiting instruction. I will provide it. I think it can certainly cure what has been put in front of this jury, especially coupled with testimony backing back out of that scenario. Any further motion?
Well, now, I want to make sure I understand the court's ruling clearly. So you're not telling the court that during closing argument we can't address the issue about the ranger misrepresenting something to the jury, can you?
I'm not. I'm allowing both sides to argue that for what can reasonably be inferred therefrom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just for clarification, Your Honor, may I address the court in the presence of the jury concerning what we anticipate doing with this exhibit?
You may.
And also, I'll still request the court to give a specific instruction after he addresses the jury regarding those issues, Your Honor.
I will draft a specific instruction. In fact, I'm going to tell them to disregard the existence of the vials and the testimony related thereto with regard to the syringe, but I'm not going to mention anything about this testimony regarding how or when it was found or what condition.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a dangerous position for this court to be in, I think.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further by either side?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
Okay, we'll bring the jury in. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. Record will reflect the jury's in the jury box. This morning we got a little late start. But in any event, State's counsel's present counsel table as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Mr. Nash, you may proceed.
Your Honor, before we call our first witness, may I address the court?
You may.
Your Honor, I need to bring something to the court's attention, which we have done informally yesterday and as well as counsel. On Friday, testimony was presented through Texas Ranger David Armstrong concerning certain exhibits which were identified through the search of the defendant's home on February the 2nd, 2013. Specifically, we're dealing with State's Exhibit 221, which was admitted and is identified as a bong or hookah pipe, which was in the contents of a metal box, and State's Exhibit 223, which was a metal tin box in which was contained drug paraphernalia and other items. Over the weekend, it came to the state's attention that a certain glass vial of clear liquid with a metal top and a rubber insert was placed in those items through the testing process at the DPS crime lab in Garland. That item, those glass vials, which are in each of those two exhibits, were not present when the items were seized from the home of the defendant. As officers of the court, it is our duty to notify the court and state for the record that we stipulate and represent to the court that those glass vials were not present at the home of the defendant on February the 2nd, 2013, and that those glass vials should not be attributed to the possession of the defendant. Those glass vials were produced and inserted into the exhibit as part of the testing process. That was not known to the state at the time the exhibits were presented, and we will be asking the court through testimony of the DPS crime lab chemist, Ms. Jennifer Rumpy. Here in a moment, we'll be asking her to identify the glass vials, explain how they were produced, and at that time, we'll be asking the court to remove those glass vials from each of State's Exhibit 221 and 223. In addition, Your Honor, we'll be asking the court to instruct the jury to disregard any testimony which was offered concerning those glass vials, specifically any reference to them as having been contained in the boxes of drug paraphernalia found in the defendant's home, and specifically for State's Exhibit 223, the glass vial that was removed from that box, any reference to the susceptibility of the insertion of a syringe into that glass vial. We represent to the court at this time, in all fairness to the defendant, that those glass vials did not belong to the defendant.
Your Honor, based on that representation by the state of Texas, we move for Mr. Arnold.
Overruled. Call your witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Ms. Jennifer Rumpy.
Mr. Rumpy, we've got a black chair here for you. You've not been previously sworn, so before you're seated, I'll need to administer an oath. If you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may have a seat in this black chair. That microphone is voice activated, so you gotta get kind of close.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jennifer Rumpy.
And Ms. Rumpy, how are you currently employed?
As a forensic scientist with the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory in Garland, Texas.
And how long have you worked with the crime lab in Garland, Texas?
Over 9 years.
And have you worked in that entire 9 years in that same capacity as a forensic scientist?
Yes, sir.
And what type of education and training do you have in order to serve as a crime lab forensic scientist?
I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in chemistry from Beloit College. Upon my employment with DPS, I received approximately 7 months of in-house training, followed by numerous classes and workshops since then.
Okay, and during your 9 years, have you from time to time participated in continuing education to stay current on procedures and methods for testing?
Yes, sir.
Now, in layman's terms, what kind of testing do you do as a forensic scientist at the crime lab?
I analyze evidence for the presence of controlled substances.
And what types of controlled substances are you capable of testing for?
A small list of examples, would that be
Sure.
appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
It would include marijuana, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin.
So, illegal drugs.
Correct.
Now, you have the ability to test for other substances as well if requested, right?
Yes.
Now, what kind of tools do you use in the testing for controlled substances?
I use, chemical color tests, instrumental tests such as ultraviolet spectrophotometry, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. I use microscopy if I want to analyze something under a microscope.
And does the process vary based on the types of substances you're looking for?
Yes, sir.
In general, when you are doing testing on submissions, do you test for things that are requested, or can you do just a general test for everything that is in a substance?
We begin by evaluating what's being requested. However, if there's an indication in the evidence that something else may be present in addition to what's requested, I will go ahead and perform the analysis to make that identification.
Okay. Now, what is the process by which you receive items that are to be tested for controlled substances?
Most evidence is submitted in person, although we do receive evidence through the mail or other carriers.
And do you get those? What are the sources of those items primarily in your line of work?
Law enforcement agencies.
So, and is that what you do all day, every day, is test substances for controlled substances?
If I'm not in court or in training, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you have extensive experience in testing plant substances to see whether they are marijuana?
Yes, sir.
What is the process for testing a plant organic matter for marijuana?
Before I begin any sort of analysis, the first thing I'm going to do is determine the weight of the substance. The next step that I'm going to take is that I'm going to examine that plant substance under a microscope and look for certain characteristics on certain parts of the leaf of the plant. That's followed by 2 color tests to indicate the presence of tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC.
And is THC the substance that gives marijuana its effect?
It is credited with that, yes.
Okay. And THC itself is a controlled substance.
That's
that right?
correct.
But marijuana is its own category of controlled substance.
That is correct.
Now, what distinguishes marijuana from THC?
Marijuana, by definition in the law, is a plant. So, in order for me to identify something as marijuana, I need intact leaf material that I can identify under the microscope. Tetrahydrocannabinol is a substance that has been either physically or chemically separated from the marijuana plant and separated.
So once THC is extracted from marijuana plant material, it becomes its own category of controlled substance.
Correct.
So if I were to start I couldn't do it in the United States, but if I wanted to go to another country where it was legal, I could have an operation that removes THC from the plant of marijuana and just have pure THC.
Correct. Or isolated THC with other cannabinoids.
Now, does the consumption or burning of the plant material marijuana sometimes leave THC in its own form?
Yes.
And once marijuana is burned and consumed, is it marijuana anymore under your standards?
Once the plant substance has been burned, it's sometimes difficult, if not impossible, to make the microscopic identification necessary to call it marijuana.
Now, what kind of testing, does the procedure for testing to identify substances such as marijuana or cocaine, PCP, or heroin, does that differ from the process of testing for the existence of plant form marijuana?
Yes, it does.
In what ways?
In those instances, I'm not going to perform the microscopic examination. Depending on the substance, I may begin with a preliminary color test, followed by ultraviolet spectrophotometry, or UV. And most of the substances that we analyze in our lab are confirmed by gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, which is also known as GCMS.
Okay. Now, but I didn't understand anything you've told us for the last 3 minutes. Let's get to this case. Did you have occasion to have items submitted to you for testing in connection with the criminal case State versus Eddie Ray Routh?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you have submitted to you?
Would you like the entire list?
Yes.
Okay. There was a metal box that contained loose plant substance, stems, broken glass, charred plant substance and seeds, plant residue in a plastic bag, a glass pipe and 2 pieces of a broken glass pipe, a metal pipe, a metal grinder, 2 packages of rolling papers, a cigarette rolling device, charred pipe cleaners in a wad of brown fiber, 1 folded piece of white paper, and what is described as a hookah pipe, which is inside of a metal box.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Rumpy, I want to show you what's already been admitted as statement exhibit 2, 2, 3.
Okay.
And if you go up, I know you need to glove up. Can you go ahead and remove the item from the box that's already in evidence? Based on your recollection of the review of your report, is that one of the items that was submitted to you for analysis?
Yes, sir, it is.
And was it presented to you intact as the metal box?
Yes.
So in reference to 223, did you then remove the contents and find what you listed just a moment ago as what you had submitted to you?
Yes, I will say that I moments ago did reference the hookah pipe, which is in a separate box.
Yes.
So all of the other items were inside of this metal box.
Okay. Well, let's start with just that one.
Okay.
We'll get to the metal box and the hookah pipe in a moment. Could you go ahead and retrieve the items that are contained in State Exhibit 223? Okay. Now that you've pulled everything out, can you feel free to refer to your report and
Okay.
confirm what has been retrieved versus what you actually had submitted to you for testing?
Beginning with my report, 0501, which is referenced on the report, is the metal box.
Okay.
0501AA is loose plant substance, which is in this bag.
And is it identified by those same codes that you had in here before?
Right, it bears the unique laboratory case number, which is GAR 1302-01501, along with the DPS generated exhibit number, which is 0501AA.
Okay, now this is a sort of a freeze package, sealed up
Right,
package that also includes another item in addition to the loose leaf substance.
correct.
And could you identify what it is?
It's a clear colorless vial with a silver metal crimp top. It contains the remainder of the chloroform extract that was left over after my analysis.
All right. Could you go ahead and use, we brought you some scissors,
Okay.
could you remove the metal or the glass vial? Your Honor, I'd like to have this specific item marked. Now, we've had this glass vial marked as Exhibit 334. Could you explain the history of this glass vial?
During the course of my analysis on the loose plant substance, which is described as 0501AA, I rinsed that plant substance. In accordance with the Controlled Substance SOP, or Standard Operating Procedures, when I rinse that material, I'm obligated to retain the remainder of the analytical material and return it to the evidence. So this vial contains the remainder of the chloroform extract that was left over after my analysis. So this is the remainder of the analytical material that I'm required by my SOP to retain with the evidence.
So to be clear, that vial was not present in the metal box when it was submitted to you for testing,
That is correct.
but it was then inserted into the box once your testing was completed.
That is correct.
And the evidence was then packaged up and returned to law enforcement.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask the court, for the record and for evidence purposes, to authorize the removal and order the removal of State's Exhibit 334 from inclusion as contents of State's Exhibit 223.
That's of course independent ruling, Judge. I have no position on that.
All right, I will allow the item marked as State's Exhibit 334 to be removed from within the contents of State's Exhibit 223 and considered for record purposes only.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, at this time, as officers of the court, we ask the court to instruct the jury to disregard questions and responses in testimony regarding what has now been marked State's Exhibit 334.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will issue an instruction this time. You have previously heard testimony regarding the defendant having possessed a glass vial from within State's Exhibit 223. That has been withdrawn as an exhibit marked as 334. I am instructing you at this time you are to disregard and not consider the glass vial for any purpose. You are further instructed that you are to disregard any testimony relating to the files being used in conjunction with a syringe or any inference that they may constitute drug paraphernalia. Do not consider such testimony for any purpose.
Yeah, so I can understand the court's ruling. The court made a previous representation to both lawyers regarding further down the road. Is that still the court's position?
That's still the court's position.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
All right, Ms. Rumpy, do you mind going ahead and packaging up only the remaining items?
Did you want me to seal this? Okay.
Contain its own bagging.
Yeah, that bag is sealed.
Okay, now, Ms. Rumpy, does State's Exhibit 223 contain only those items which were submitted to you for analysis?
Yes, it does.
We can keep that with the SAC. I'll show you what was previously admitted as State's Exhibit 221. Go ahead and remove remove the item from that bag. Do you recognize that as one of the hookah pipe that was submitted to you?
Yes, I recognize the box. Yes, I recognize the items inside the box.
Now, in this, and the box contains the bong and the attachments there too.
Correct.
Now, does this exhibit also contain a glass vial with a metal top and a rubber insert that was produced by you at the lab and reinserted into the package?
Yes, it does.
Could you go ahead and remove that item? Okay, I'm going to show you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit 335. Could you explain the history of this glass vial?
This piece of evidence is another piece of evidence that I rinsed during the course of my analysis. Again, as required by my SOP, I retained the remaining analytical material in the form of chloroform extract in this clear, colorless glass vial with a silver crimp top in accordance with my SOP.
Now, you reference your SOP, Standard Operating Procedure. What is the purpose for preserving this vial of liquid?
You know, it's to provide the defense with material to retest if they should desire. So it's intended for discovery purposes.
And under your Standard Operating Procedure, you reinsert that back into the package,
Correct.
so it stays with it.
Yes.
And then was that packet, this metal box with that in it, was it then repackaged up and returned to law enforcement?
Yes, it was.
And that vial was not present in that exhibit when it was submitted to you?
No, it was not.
Your Honor, I request that the court order and authorize the removal of State's Exhibit 335 from the contents of State's Exhibit 221.
All right, I will order it. The court will find that State's Exhibit 335 came from within State's Exhibit 221. I'll authorize its removal and admit it for record purposes only. That's State's Exhibit 335.
Your Honor, at this time then, as an officer of the court, we request that the court instruct the jury to disregard any questions or testimony relating to State's Exhibit 335.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, State's Exhibit 335 being taken out of or withdrawn from State's Exhibit 221. You're not to consider it for any purposes. There was no question and answer related to it, so there's no instruction necessary in that regard. Do not consider the existence of the vial in this case for any purpose.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Rumpf, do you mind repackaging that exhibit?
This bag is, at this point, unsealed. Is there tape?
While you're doing that, could you explain, we're actually getting to see you use some of the standard operating procedures you follow in your lab, are we not?
Yes, you are.
And could you explain to the jury what procedure you're following there?
At this time, because I had to break the seal on the bag in order to remove the bag with the vial, I'm now placing a tape seal along with the date and my initials across the new seal that I have applied so that the bag is now sealed.
And what is the purpose of making those annotations on the tape?
To understand, the date on which the seal was applied, the person who applied the seal, and to potentially make it tamper evident so that no one could remove or add items to this bag without it being obvious.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, Ms. Rumpy, let's get to your report. The first item, State's Exhibit 223, was a metal box that contained a variety of items submitted to you for testing.
Yes.
What analysis did you perform on which items in State's Exhibit 223, the metal box, or the tin box?
I performed an analysis on the loose plant substance that was present in the box. At the time of my original analysis, I analyzed that plant substance to determine if it was marijuana.
And what was the result of your analysis?
That the plant substance is marijuana with a net weight of 0.02 grams.
Okay. And did you perform analysis on the other items?
No, I did not.
And now specifically, your request for testing was for marijuana and what other substances?
I believe at the time, if you give me just a moment to refer, the submission form said marijuana/meth.
Okay. Did you find any meth?
No, sir, I did not.
So to be fair to the defendant, there were nothing on here indicated the presence of meth on these materials.
That is correct.
Now, you look, and I know I just had you repackage it up, but would you mind taking a look inside State's Exhibit 223 and retrieve the bulb pipe that you identified in that package?
Do you have an exhibit number from my report?
I do not.
Was there, which pipe was it that you?
Oh,
pulled?
an exhibit number would be the, talking about the two pieces, one right? Big one. It'll be 0501 AE, the metal pipe.
Okay.
Just a minute.
This is AE.
Okay. That's a, well, how would you describe that one?
It's a metal pipe that's resembles a manufactured cigarette.
Okay. And how, do you have any familiar with how that is operated?
I've seen them in casework before. Presumably there's plant substance inserted into the pipe.
Okay. Now, could you also look at 0501, I'll allow you to repackage that. Could you look at 0501 AD?
These three items comprise 0501 AD.
Now that is that's a pipe that has multiple pieces.
This pipe appears to be broken.
Okay. And it's actually and then is there a complete pipe?
Yes.
So we have a broken pipe and a complete pipe as part of 0501 AD.
Correct.
So really two. Now, did you test those in the normal ways that you test for marijuana?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
There appears to be charred plant residue, but because it's charred, it would make the microscopic examination difficult for the presence of marijuana.
And do you need actual intact plant substance to test for marijuana?
Yes, sir, I do.
So, to be clear, the marijuana that you found was actually intact or that you found to be marijuana was intact loose plant substance that was in loose in the can.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now the other items, did you test the metal grinder, which was 0501 AF?
No, sir, I did not.
And why was that?
Because it contained only plant residue. Again, there wouldn't necessarily be enough intact leaf material present to determine whether or not it was marijuana.
So you need intact leaf material.
Correct.
Now there were also two packages of rolling papers. Were they were still in the package new? Were they not?
To be honest, I don't know that I necessarily evaluated, but they were They did not appear to have been removed from the package and then reinserted.
So you didn't see any residue, charring or anything on them?
No, no, sir.
So you didn't perform any testing?
No, sir.
Then you had, in that box was also a cigarette rolling device, which was 0501AH.
Correct.
And did you perform any analysis on it?
No, sir, I did not.
And why is that?
You know, it appears to have residue on it, but again, there's not enough visible intact leaf material for me to be able to identify it as marijuana.
And then you had charred pipe cleaners and a water brown fiber is what you described in 0501AI.
Correct.
You didn't perform any analysis on that as well?
Correct.
Is that for the same reasons?
Yes.
And then, now, let me just ask you this. If you had removed the charring, could you have tested it for THC, which is the pure substance within marijuana?
Are you referring to the pipe cleaners or to any of the charred materials in the box?
Any of the items that you observed, charred materials?
Yeah, there would be potential for analysis for the presence of THC on the charred materials.
And so why is it that it's a standard operating procedure at the lab to not test for THC in these charred materials?
You know, if we look at it in the context of an ordinary drug case, from a possession standpoint, may we do that? You know, a trace amount of marijuana is a misdemeanor. A trace amount of THC is a felony. So from that perspective, as a drug analyst, we typically will stay away from taking the leap to contains THC on a residue that may very well be marijuana, just not in a condition in which we can identify it as marijuana.
Is that because manufacture of THC makes that a felony?
Just by it having been separated from the plant and present outside of the plant makes it a felony.
Just to be clear, is your policy in place because it would be unfair and against the spirit of the law to take someone who possesses a joint and it's a misdemeanor, and once they consume it, it becomes a felony?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you did not test for the presence of THC on these items
That's correct.
because you weren't investigating felony THC case.
Correct.
Now, the 0501AB, stems, broken glass, charred plant, substance, and seeds, were those also items that you found in that tin box?
Yes.
You didn't perform any analysis on that.
Correct.
So what is the reason for that?
You know, this material, you know, I look at, you know, stems and seeds, and again, it's charred, so it's not in a condition that's most suitable for the identification of marijuana.
Okay, and at this point, we're discussing your analysis for marijuana.
Correct.
Well, are there limitations to your ability to detect substances beyond the list of things you have the tools to test for?
Yes.
What is your experience, based on your training experience, what is your knowledge about the ability to test for substances such as formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde is a very volatile chemical, which means that it evaporates very quickly. That makes it difficult for us to analyze because often by the time I get the evidence to test, formaldehyde would have evaporated and would no longer be present on the sample.
And because it's volatile, if it's subjected to heat or fire, does it evaporate?
Yes.
Now, did you detect any presence of PCP on any of the items that you analyzed?
No, sir, I did not.
And you do have the ability to test for that?
Yes, sir.
So to be fair to the defendant, on State's Exhibit 223, there was no finding of the presence of PCP in what was left there.
That is correct. There was no indication of PCP detected.
Now, moving to, last time I promised I won't make you pull a bag out. Do you mind repackaging State's Exhibit 223? Now, State's Exhibit 221 really just had the hookah pipe and the mouthpiece, is that right?
Correct.
So we won't pull those out right now, we've looked at them already. You analyzed really just the two pieces, or for the drugs that were requested. What did you analyze the hookah pipe or bong for?
In that instance, the analytical scheme that I used in analyzing the bowl of the hookah pipe, it would have indicated the presence of drugs such as methamphetamine, PCP, cocaine, heroin. The vast majority of the illicit substances that we see in our laboratory, I would have seen using the analytical scheme that I used on the hookah pipe.
Did you find any such things on the hookah pipe?
No, sir, I did not.
Was it a pretty clean hookah pipe?
There's an indication in my notes that there was some black residue present, but overall there was not a lot of residue.
Okay. And for the same reasons that you discussed in regards to State's Exhibit 223, did you test the residue for the presence of THC?
No, sir.
But to be fair, we didn't have any meth, cocaine, PCP, or any other items on the hookah.
That's correct. There were no controlled substances detected.
Now, back to, or actually regarding both States Exhibit 223 and 221, are the items that are contained in those two exhibits consistent with marijuana usage?
Specifically, the items within States Exhibit 223, all of those are items that I've seen in conjunction with other drug cases during my career. So yes, I would say they're consistent with marijuana usage. Not had an opportunity to analyze many hookah pipes, but you know, that's one example of its use.
Okay. And to be fair, it could be used for tobacco or other leafy
That is
substances.
correct. That is correct.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Greg Rickle, how do you spell your last name?
R-U-M-P-P-E.
Now, your background is your college degrees in chemistry
Yes, sir.
from a school in Wisconsin,
Yes, sir.
in southern Wisconsin?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that for you. I just have, I do a lot of federal drug cases and state drug cases. I'm not gonna keep you up there for a long time, probably
Okay.
just one or two questions.
Okay.
So in conclusion, you tested a green leafy substance or plant material, and that material was marijuana,
Correct.
and that's all it was.
Correct.
That's it.
That's it.
No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Judge, I don't have any extra being permanent excuse.
We agree to that, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Rumpy, you're excused as a witness. That concludes your services in this proceeding. You can return to work. I will ask of you at this point in time for duration of the trial. Be mindful that you're still under the rule, even though you've been excused. Don't talk about the case or allow anyone to talk with you about it.
Yes, sir.
Next witness.
State calls Amber Moss.
Ms. Moss, you've not been previously sworn. Before you're seated, if I could get you to raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated. That microphone is voice activated, so you gotta get close.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Amber Moss.
And how are you employed, Ms. Moss?
I'm currently employed at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory in Garland, Texas.
And what is it that you do there?
I'm a forensic scientist in the DNA section.
And now, how long have you worked at DPS?
I've been employed with DPS for 6 years now.
Now, prior to going to work for DPS, did you work at another lab as a forensic scientist?
Yes, I worked at a private forensic DNA testing laboratory in Dallas. Currently, its name is Cellmark Forensics, and I was employed there for 11 and a half years.
Okay. Now, what kind of educational background and training do you have to do the job that you do now?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas A&M University at Commerce. I also have taken postgraduate courses in population statistics and molecular biology from the University of Texas at Dallas.
And how much of your time as a forensic scientist there at the DPS lab is devoted to testing for DNA?
I'm 100%. All the testing that I do is DNA related. It's a matter of if I'm actually in the lab, I'm probably in the lab 50% of the time, and then reporting. And my additional duties include being a local administrator for our database, so that takes up the remaining part of my time.
The database you're talking about, is that the CODIS database?
Yes.
Okay, and just to briefly just explain what is CODIS? Is that an acronym for something?
Yes, it stands for the Combined DNA Indexing System, and it's simply a database of different types of DNA profiles that are maintained by the state and national levels and then searched periodically.
And so you're in charge of maintaining that for the DPS lab there in Garland.
Yes.
And now, so just in case we haven't figured this out already, y'all do different sections there at DPS. There's DNA and there's drugs and firearms, and you don't go across disciplines, right?
No.
You just do what you do.
Yes. In Garland, none of us are cross-trained, with the exception of blood alcohol analysts also perform drug analysis. But within the DNA section, we don't have anyone who's cross-trained into another section.
Okay. Now, did you have occasion to process some evidence in this case involving the state versus Eddie Ray Routh?
Yes.
And did you also then compare that, the evidence that you received with DNA known samples received into your lab on the victims in the case, Christopher Kyle and Chad Littlefield?
Yes.
Now, when something comes into your lab, do y'all assign it a specialized number that would be associated with the case number?
Yes, that's our policy at the DPS Crime Lab, is when a case is received into the laboratory, each unique case gets its own case number, and then each item within that case gets a different item number.
And so in this case, did you receive and do some DNA analysis on some evidence associated with laboratory number GAR 1302-01501?
Yes.
And that's the unique number that would be associated with this case.
Yes, that's the laboratory number associated with this case.
Now, did you receive some evidence from Texas Ranger Ron Pettigrew, that being known samples of DNA and other biological material of Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle?
Yes, we did.
And then did you also receive some evidence from Texas Ranger Don Stoner, namely some boots and clothing taken from the defendant?
Look at my notes. Yes.
And is that, if you have a homicide case, is that typical then to receive known samples that are collected at the deceased person's autopsy for comparison of their DNA?
Yes, that's very common.
That's how y'all get the DNA from the deceased victims?
Typically, yes. Samples were collected at the time of autopsy and then forwarded to us for testing.
Okay. And now, before we get into what your analysis is going to show us, can you explain to the jury basically what is DNA, where does it come from, that kind of thing?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is our genetic blueprint. So it's what makes each one of us who we are. It's what determines whether we have brown hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, brown eyes. You inherit half the DNA from your mother, half the DNA from your father, and that combination of DNA is what makes each one of us different. So the type of DNA testing that we perform, every person will have their own unique DNA profile except identical twins. They would have the same DNA profile using this type of testing that we do. DNA is found in every cell within your body except red blood cells. So it's contained in the nucleus of the cell, and it's the same throughout your body. So the DNA we get from hair is the same as the DNA we get from your skin cells, is the same as the DNA we get from white blood cells that are contained within your blood.
And do you also find DNA and you mentioned blood, but other bodily fluids such as saliva, semen, other kinds of bodily fluids?
Yes, DNA is contained in sperm cells, in any nucleated cell. So in semen and in the saliva, it's actually the cells themselves that are being sloughed off with the saliva. So it's not actually the saliva that contains the DNA, but the cells that are within the saliva.
For instance, if they collected it by swabbing someone's cheek, it's actually the cheek cells sloughing off
Yes.
that you're testing. Okay.
Yes.
And then hair, do you have to have a root from a hair to have DNA?
Well, for our type of testing, yes. The DNA that we would use would be contained at the root end. So if there's a hair that does not have a root, we can't perform any testing on it at our laboratory.
Okay. There's a different kind of testing that can be done for hair without a root.
Yes, mitochondrial testing can be done at other laboratories.
Okay, so we're not talking about hair, though, in this case. So you're talking about DNA varying from person to person. What procedures does your lab go through to identify a person from a DNA profile or by DNA profiling?
I'm not sure I understand the question. We don't identify a person, but we take evidence samples in a case, we perform DNA analysis on them. The DNA profile that we get at the end, we then will perform the same procedures on any known samples we've collected or that have been submitted to the laboratory. We compare those DNA profiles from the evidence and from all the knowns, and we determine whether there's a match or not. If those DNA profiles match, we then will perform statistical analysis on those to determine how common or rare that profile is within the three main population groups of North America.
Okay, so you can take, though, a known sample that's purported to be from a known individual and then compare that to an unknown sample, say on some item that's submitted to you that's possibly associated with a crime scene, and then determine some information from that.
Yes, we would look at the profiles and determine whether they are consistent with each other or not.
Okay. And do you do that on a few or on many occasions?
Many.
That's all you do?
Yeah, yes,
So-
right.
And the use of this type of DNA typing, is that supported by the scientific community?
Yes, the type of testing that we performed in this case and perform on a routine basis is polymerase chain reaction, or PCR testing, and more specifically short tandem repeats, and that's been around for several years and used within several labs across the nation and internationally.
Can you just briefly explain to the jury, how is it that you take the unknown sample and compare it to a known sample and can tell whether there's a match?
The end result that we get after the DNA process includes us breaking down the cellular material, so what we have left is DNA. We then go through a quantitation step to determine how much DNA is within each sample, and then we perform an amplification step, and what that is where we're making millions of copies of just the segments of DNA that we're interested in looking at. At the end of that, once we've gone through amplification, we then put that sample onto a genetic analyzer. And using electric current and a laser, we are able to determine what DNA profile is in there, basically what alleles are in there.
Can you
And
explain to the jury, what is an allele?
an allele is basically just the copy of DNA. So I said earlier that you get half your DNA from your mother and half from your father. Our DNA testing really is looking at a number of repeats of your DNA. So a certain very small segment of your DNA, it'll be comprised of 4 bases, and the repetition of those bases. So if you have A, G, T, C, and that repeats 4 times, the number we see on our graph at the end is a 4 for that location. So if at another location you have TCAG, and that repeats 11 times, we see an 11 on our graph. And so that's what we're targeting, are those very small segments that are repeating and the number of times that they're repeating. So an allele is just really your variation that you got from your mother and from your father. So at the end we have a graph that tells us those numbers, the allele, the repeats. So 4, 11, 22, whatever the number may be. There's a certain set of numbers for each location of the DNA that we're looking at. We will have that graph for the evidence sample, and then we also get a very similar graph for the for the known samples, excuse me, and we just compare those. We look at those and determine, are the numbers the same at the same locations? So at location number 1 on the DNA, the evidence has a 1011. Does this known sample have a 1011? And if it does, then it's potentially a match, but we go through and we look at all 15 different locations that we tested to determine whether there's a match or not.
So based on the, I guess, the science supporting what it is that you do, are there 15 different locations that you'll look at to make your analysis?
Yes, at the DPS lab, we test 15 different locations.
And is that the process that's done by other people in the community, in the scientific community that are doing DNA testing?
Yes, the same process. Some labs test more and some test less number of locations on the DNA, but 15 is pretty standard.
And that's sort of the statistical analysis that y'all use. Those 15 locations are known to be, I guess, for lack of a better word, insightful into determining if it's a match or not.
Yeah, when those 15 locations were developed by the FBI originally, they were selected based on how much they varied between individuals. So you don't want a location where everyone is an 8 at this location, for instance, because that's really not distinctive between individuals, and so it doesn't really give you much information. So these particular locations that were selected for the ability to high discrepancy rate. So individuals varied a lot within those, so that it would make it easier to determine, is it this individual or is it not?
Okay. But that's a process, you said, that was developed by the FBI, and they use this process, correct?
Yes, they do.
And this is a process that's used by the scientific community across the country that's doing DNA testing?
Yes.
And is there scientific literature that supports that process?
Yes.
And are there test and quality controls in place at your laboratory, at the Garland DPS lab, that double checks your work to make sure you're getting correct results?
Absolutely. The Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory is accredited. And so as part of that accreditation, we have to have a quality control and quality assurance program in place at our laboratory. So we have certain procedures that we follow every time we run a test. And it starts with the analyst. We all wear personal protective equipment. So we wear a mask, we wear gloves, we wear a lab coat. We change our gloves often, even when we're looking at the evidence to determine whether biological fluids are present or not. We're bleaching our work space in between each item. We're changing out the item that we lay it down on clean paper. So we change that paper out. We change gloves often. We only have one item out at a time. Even on the DNA side, we have procedures in place. So we run what's called a reagent blank, which ensures that the reagents that we're using or the chemicals that we're using are not contaminated. We have positive control and a negative control to check our amplification process. So those are employed every time we do a test.
Okay, and that's to prevent contamination and introducing some foreign DNA into the testing process.
The analyst wearing their personal protective equipment and us cleaning is to prevent contamination, and then the controls, the positive control, negative control, reagent blank, those are to ensure that we don't have contamination within the chemicals or the reagents that we're using.
I approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
And I'm going to put on gloves. I think there's a box of gloves up there, too. Maybe a little big for us. Let me remove something left by this rocky here. I'm going to show you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit 225 and 224, and ask you, are these, the contents of 225 and 224, do they contain the known samples that y'all received at your lab from Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle's autopsy?
they do.
And do they have the unique laboratory number from the Garland lab, that's associated with that?
Yes, they have the unique case number and then unique item number on each item.
Okay, and so can we determine it as 224, and you may have to get something out from it inside of it. Who does 224 come from?
State's Exhibit 224 is consistent with the items that we were received as being known samples from Christopher Kyle.
Okay, and then the contents of 225, those are samples from who?
These would have been known samples that were collected from Chad Littlefield.
And so, using these known samples, did you compare the known samples from Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield to some items that were submitted to you?
Yes, we did.
Particularly, let me show you what's been introduced, the state's 305.
Didn't mean
Let me
to-
grab that.
Okay.
bag. We just gotta put these on the bag.
Okay.
And do these appear to be some boots from which you tested a DNA sample?
Yes,
And these are the boots that you were referring to earlier that you received in your lab from Texas Ranger Don Stoner.
yes.
Okay. And so what procedures do you follow when you're testing, taking these known samples and then comparing them from a DNA sample that came from these boots?
Did you mean the steps of the DNA testing? So what will happen is, the boots, the evidence sample comes in, and those items are examined for the presence of biological fluids, for instance, blood or semen. And if a item is determined to be positive, presumptive positive for blood, we will collect that sample. If it's cloth or something where we can actually cut out the stain, that's what we do. Obviously, on boots, it's harder to cut out this item. So there was actually a positive stain on the toe of the right boot, and so that stain was swabbed, collected onto a swab rather than actually cut out. That swab is then placed into a sterile tube, and the DNA process is the same for unknowns or known samples. So evidence samples versus known samples. The DNA process is the same, but the items are processed separately. So we will process unknown samples at one time and then go back and process known samples at a later time, excuse me. The first step is the DNA extraction. That's where we break down the cellular material, and so that what we have left in that tube is just the DNA. And then the second step is the quantitation, where we determine how much DNA do we have in each sample, actually. And then the next step is the amplification, where we're making our millions of copies of just the segments of DNA that we're interested in testing for our DNA testing. And then the last step is where we're actually putting it on the genetic analyzer and using analysis software to determine what the DNA profile is for each item or each sample that was run. We'll go through that process for evidence samples, and then we go through that same process for known samples, and then at the end is when we make our comparison.
Okay, and did you make that comparison regarding the known samples and then the sample taken from the boots in this case?
Yes, we did.
And now which boot had the presumptive positive for blood?
There was a stain on the toe of the right boot that was presumptive positive for blood,
Okay.
and that's the one we sent forward to DNA.
Okay, and so then did you compare the two known samples from Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield to the blood stain from the toe of the right boot?
Yes, we did.
And then did you get a result of that?
Yes.
And what was that?
We were able to get a DNA profile from the blood stain from the boot. The DNA profile was consistent with the DNA profile of victim Chad Littlefield.
And do you then do a statistical analysis, I guess, to sort of help us interpret that result?
Yes, we, since there was determined to be a match between the evidence sample and one of our known samples in this case, we performed statistical analysis, and we were able to determine that the probability of finding another random individual who could match the DNA profile that's on that, the stain from the boot, is approximately 1 in 189.7 quintillion for the Caucasian population, 1 in 80.78 sextillion for the black population, and 1 in 585.8 quintillion for the Hispanic population. So based on those statistical numbers, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, the victim, Chad Littlefield, is the source of the DNA profile that's coming from the toe of the right boot.
And if I represented to you that Chad Littlefield is Caucasian, we're looking at a chance that it's somebody other than Chad Littlefield is 1 in 189.7 quintillion.
Yes, unless he has an identical twin.
Okay. And we heard no testimony of that, but
Object to the comment by the prosecutor.
Sustained.
so how many, I don't even know how big that number is. How many zeros are in 189.7 quintillion?
For a quintillion, there are 18 zeros past it.
Okay. And so you can say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that's Chad Littlefield's blood on that boot.
Yes, excluding an identical twin, yes.
And then you did some testing of some other items that were submitted to you, some other clothing that was purported to be the defendant's clothing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you just kind of describe that clothing?
We received a shirt, jeans, and a belt from the suspect.
Okay. And was there any DNA profile found on any of those clothing items?
All of those items were negative for blood, so no samples were taken forward to DNA from those items.
Okay. Now, would finding blood on the boots, but then no DNA on any of the other clothing items, could that be consistent in your experience and based on your training with someone being too far away to get any blood or biological material on them?
That calls for speculation, Judge.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
Okay. Yes, so in my experience, that means that,
That's non-responsive. You already answered the question. Object.
Sustained.
I can answer.
So, can you explain why would that be consistent with somebody being further away than of the ability to get DNA material on their clothing?
If a person is too far away for the blood spatter to reach them, then obviously that biological material, the blood, is not going to be on their clothes. So that could be an explanation as to why there's not any blood, even though a person potentially is present where there is blood spatter. Excuse me.
And then in your experience, could it also, though, be consistent with those are just not the right clothing items?
Yes, it could be possible that those were not the items, that the person may have been close enough to get blood spatter on them, but the items of clothing that were submitted to the laboratory are not the ones that were worn at the time.
And now, did you also do some analysis on some clothing that was purported to have come from both Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield and some earplugs on
Yes,
them?
I did.
Okay. And I assume you have their known sample. Were you able to then develop a profile, a DNA profile on both Chad Littlefield and Chris Kyle?
Yes, we were able to determine, or able to develop DNA profiles from their known samples.
Because that's what you compared to the boots, too.
Yes.
But also just their clothing, was there blood on their clothing?
Yes.
And did it basically come back to each of their, like Chris's blood, was that, what am I trying to say? The clothing that was purported to be Chris Kyle's, did that contain his blood?
Yes. I examined the items of clothing that were reported to be from Chris Kyle and Chad Littlefield, and collected a blood stain from each of those items, or a stain that was presumptive positive for blood, and sent those forward to DNA. And the DNA results were all the stains that were collected from Chris Kyle's clothing. Those stains, the DNA profile from those came back to be consistent with Chris Kyle. And then all the blood stains that were collected from the clothing of Chad Littlefield, those came back to be consistent with the DNA profile of Chad Littlefield.
Okay. And then there were some earplugs as well, is that right?
Yes, there were some earplugs that were consistent with Chris Kyle, and black earplugs that were also consistent with Chad Littlefield.
Okay, so the earplugs that were associated with Chad Littlefield, they came back to his DNA profile.
Yes,
And the same with Chris Kyle.
yes, correct.
So no real surprises there.
No.
And then, did you also test the mouthpiece of a hookah pipe?
Yes, I did.
Submitted to you in this case?
Yes.
And were you able to even develop a DNA profile from that hookah pipe?
No, no DNA profile was developed from that item.
Okay, and what does that mean if you just say there's no DNA profile?
It means that either there is a small amount of DNA present there, but it's not enough for our test to detect, or it means that really there were no cells there. There's no DNA present on that item.
Okay. And would that be consistent in your experience? Either it's brand new,
That could be yes.
or it could have been cleaned.
Yes. Could be.
Because if you wash an item, does that, I guess, wash away in some circumstances DNA?
Depending on the item, it does reduce the number of cells there, and some materials are easier to clean than others. Yes.
And have you ever tested anything like this on a hookah pipe before?
No.
So there was just nothing on it to test?
Right. There was no DNA profile there. Correct.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Just a few questions. So you used to work at Orchid Stillmark in Farmers Branch?
I did. Yes.
How long you worked at DPS now?
6 years.
And your background is biology?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science from A&M Commerce, and then I have an interdisciplinary minor.
You have a graduate degree?
I do not.
I'm not gonna go through all the things you testified to. I appreciate you being here today. So, in a DNA analysis, and I've done a lot of DNA cases, so I'm not gonna go into links about all the different things. I don't think we need to, quite frankly. Mathematically, you have, you do your mathematical analysis on a computer program.
This actual calculations are done using a software program that we have that calculates them for us, yes.
Was that something the FBI created?
The software program or the database?
The software program.
Yes, they did.
So you're not doing the math yourself, right?
Not anymore, no. Now that we have software analysis, we use that.
And did you have a known sample of DNA from my client, Amy Routh?
Yes, we did.
So people can understand, you said, you used the word match, and in DNA, you're not matching something, you're excluding things, correct?
We compare items, and we are able to determine whether a person can be included or excluded. Yes,
Could be a contributor, or could not be a contributor.
correct.
But not if this person is the contributor, correct?
Well, based on statistical analysis,
I'm talking about statistics, I'm talking about, you can't make an absolute conclusion that this person is a contributor or is not a contributor, is that correct?
do you mean prior to statistics or after statistics?
In general, not using mathematics, I'm just asking you, you can't make an absolute conclusion that the party who could have left this substance somewhere, whatever that might be, is absolutely contributor to something.
Based on statistics excluding an identical twin, yes, we can.
Well, that's a mathematical formula created by the FBI, and I understand that. But you can't 100% say that this person is a contributor, excluding statistics, can you?
Excluding statistics, when you're just comparing the profiles, you can see that they would be consistent with each other, but you may not know at that time whether there's an identical twin. So if there's an identical twin, it could be that twin.
And needless to say, and it's sad, that the blood found on Mr. Kyle's clothes, Mr. Kyle, correct?
Correct, the stains I tested, yes.
The blood found on Mr. Littlefield's clothes were Mr. Littlefield's.
Correct.
No mystery, is it?
I wouldn't think so. It's common to have your own DNA on your own clothes.
And from a mathematical standpoint, the right tip of the boot, there was statistically, there's an indication that Chad Littlefield is a contributor of that blood on that boot, correct?
Yes,
Statistically, is that correct?
yes, we're able to say, based on those statistics, that the victim, Chad Littlefield, is the source of the DNA from the right boot, excluding an identical twin.
And you don't have any knowledge if the clothing that you examined was the clothing that Mr. Routh had allegedly on at the gun range, do you?
I have no,
You have no knowledge of that at all, do you?
I do not.
That's just an assumption on your part, isn't it?
No, I didn't assume that.
Excuse me?
I didn't assume that. Those are just the clothes that were presented to us, and we examined them.
She asked you to make two assumptions, and you made those assumptions, didn't you?
She asked if it would be possible for someone to have been too far away, which is a possibility, or that they were not wearing those clothes. Both of those are possibilities, just in general.
May I just spin on it?
You may.
There were a lot of guns recovered from the range. Did you do any DNA analysis on any of those guns at all?
We did perform DNA analysis on some of the guns, yes.
Which gun was that?
A stain on the left side of the cylinder of the Alberti revolver. We tested swabs from the right grip of the Kimber 45.
Well, as you go through that, tell us what the result was.
Okay.
We don't have to go back and ask that.
Okay. The stain on the left side of the cylinder of the Alberti revolver, that was a partial DNA profile, which means that we did not get results at all 15 locations that we tested. And that partial DNA profile was consistent with the DNA profile of Chris Kyle. Do you want statistics as well?
No, I don't need this.
Okay.
Tell me what else you found.
And then the swabs from the right grip of the Kimber 45, that DNA profile was consistent with the DNA profile of Chad Littlefield.
Okay, next.
We also tested swabs from the Alberti revolver, though that DNA profile was consistent with Christopher Kyle.
Okay.
Swabbing of grips and trigger from the Remington rifle. That DNA profile was consistent with a mixture from Eddie Ray Routh, Christopher Kyle, and at least one additional unknown male.
Do you know where that Remington rifle was found? Did you have notes of that?
Sorry, looking back through our.
Well, is that a 30-06 rifle or do you know?
I'm not sure.
That's fine. And what other guns were examined?
We tested the swabbing of a grip of a Sig Sauer pistol.
6-sound?
Yes. That DNA profile was consistent with the mixture of Eddie Ray Routh, Christopher Kyle, and an additional unknown contributor.
That's a 9mm 6-sound?
model P226 9mm Luger caliber pistol, serial number UU6890063.
Yes, ma'am. And any other guns you can examine?
Let's see.
Just a little rifle.
Swabbing of grip and trigger of Springfield pistol. That's the DNA profile was consistent with a mixture from victim Christopher Kyle and an unknown contributor.
Anything else?
No, that's all.
So the Kimber 45 had Chad Littlefield's DNA on it?
Yes, it did.
Pass the witness, no further questions.
Ms. Moss, did you also do some DNA analysis on swabbing of the gear shift from the truck?
Yes, we did.
And then a swabbing of the interior driver's door handle of the truck?
Yes, we did.
And whose DNA profile was that consistent with, specifically the gear shift from the truck?
The DNA profile that we obtained from the swabbing of the gear shift from the truck was a mixture consistent with Christopher Kyle, Eddie Routh, and an additional contributor.
And then the swabbing from the interior driver's door handle of the truck?
The DNA profile that we obtained from the swabbing of the interior driver's door handle from the truck was consistent with a mixture from Christopher Kyle, Eddie Routh, and an additional contributor.
And just to kind of give the jury an idea about the statistics on the swabbing of the gear shift of the truck, and let's just stick with the Caucasian population statistics. What was that number?
The likelihood of finding another random individual that would be included in that mixed DNA profile that we obtained from that sample for the Caucasian population would be approximately 1 in 27.91 million.
Okay. And then on the swabbing of the interior driver's side door handle, what are those statistics for the Caucasian population?
The likelihood of finding another random individual that would be included in that DNA profile in the Caucasian population is approximately 1 in 10.95 million.
And so on those two samples, you said it was a mixture of Chris Kyle, Eddie Routh, and some additional DNA material in there.
Yes, correct.
Some unknown, someone else's.
There is an additional person present, but that additional contributor is contributing such a low level of data to that mixture that we're not able to make any conclusions to that contributor.
Okay. So would that be consistent with maybe someone else had driven or used that truck?
It's possible, yes.
At some time, you don't know.
Right, I don't know.
So with DNA testing, there's no way to know when DNA was placed on an item.
Correct.
There's no way to tell the age of the DNA on it.
Object of revolution, Your Honor.
Overruled.
That's correct. DNA testing does not determine when a biological fluid was placed on an item.
Okay. And so now there was did you also do swabbings, test for DNA on the actual steering wheel of the truck?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to find a DNA profile on that?
Yes, we were.
And who was that consistent with?
The DNA profile that we obtained from the swabbing of the steering wheel from the truck was a mixture consistent with Chris Kyle and an additional contributor. And again, that additional contributor is contributing such a low amount that we're not able to make any conclusions to that person.
Okay. So you didn't find Eddie Routh's DNA on the steering wheel?
Correct. He's not, right. He's excluded from that sample. We can't make any conclusions based on the additional contributor, but the major component is consistent with Chris Kyle.
Okay. And if I gave you the hypothetical, if someone was seen on a video driving a vehicle and getting out of that vehicle and they were the only person in the vehicle, and then hypothetically you found that person's DNA on the gear shift from that truck and then also on the driver's side interior handle, can you kind of explain to the jury, based on your experience and your training, why would we not get their DNA off of the steering wheel too?
Well, every person, when we all shed our cells, and so whenever you touch something, you're leaving some cells behind. It's just a matter of whether the number of cells that you're leaving behind. Some people shed more cells than others. There's not a way to determine if you shed a lot of cells or if you shed a few cells. So it's just a matter of whether you leave enough behind that we're able to detect with our testing. If a person were leaning on the interior door, for instance, they could leave enough cells behind that we would be able to detect. Or if they're holding the gear shift, they would be able to, you know, if they're sweating, that may help increase the number of cells that they're leaving behind. The steering wheel, it would just depend on where they're swabbing it. If they swab the entire thing.
When you say they, you mean
Oh.
DPS, whoever's doing the testing.
Whoever's collecting the sample.
Okay.
So it depends on where you're swabbing. So on a whole steering wheel, if the person who's collecting the sample only swabs, you know, for instance, 10 and 2, but the person who was driving it really holds it down at the 6th position, they're not going to pick up the DNA of the person who was driving it necessarily. So it just depends on how the sample was collected and where all, whether the entire steering wheel was swabbed or just certain areas.
So what I'm trying to get the jury to understand, Ms. Moss, is are there some limitations to DNA testing? First of all, I think you were describing one of them is the amount of DNA material that we shed from our, say, for our hands, for instance.
Yes,
Okay. And so you were saying some people are more shedders than others.
correct.
Would that depend on things like, you know, or if you're sweatier, you might shed more material than if it's cooler?
The Starnes, we're chewing into break time. How much more you got?
Okay.
You want to take a break or you want to finish?
I'm gonna finish.
Okay.
Yes. And then,
Yes.
okay, and then,
Yes, sweating could cause you to shed more cells.
okay, I mean, but so we're not like snakes and we just shed our skin, everything we touch,
Object of relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
well, there's limitations on how much material we shed from our skins.
That's a repetitious object.
Overruled.
Yes, there's limitations to our DNA testing, and every person does shed cells. It's just a matter of how many cells you shed and whether it's enough for us to detect with our testing.
Okay, and then as you said also, it might be limited by the location on the item that is swabbed by the person collecting the material.
Correct.
So if someone touched one part of an item and then another part of the item was swabbed, then you might miss the DNA.
Correct. You wouldn't be picking up DNA from the other area.
Okay.
Right.
And now back to the statistics related to that boot. I think I may have forgot to ask you. You had said that when you get into numbers like 1.89.7 quintillion, are you allowed to say, per your protocol, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, who's the source of that blood?
Yes, based on statistics and excluding an identical twin, we're able to say that that person is the contributor of that DNA profile.
Okay. And use the number 189.7 quintillion. What's the population of the Earth?
The current population of the Earth is 7 billion.
And so that's how many times greater than the population of the Earth?
189.7 quintillion is approximately 27 billion populations of the Earth. So 27 billion times 7 billion.
So to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, the DNA on the toe of that boot is Chad Littlefield's, is that right?
Leading question, I object.
Overruled.
Yes.
I'll pass a witness.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down.
Judge, I have no objection or be permanently excused.
None from the state, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused. You can return to work. Until this trial is concluded, you remain under the rule. That means no talking about the case with anyone.
Okay, thank you.
But you're free to return back to Garland. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by my watch, it's 10:42, so let's take a break until 11 o'clock. We'll stand in recess until 11. Of course, that means 11:05 or 11:07. But you'll be ready at 11 o'clock. All right, the record reflect juries outside the presence of the courtroom. Is the state ready to proceed? Defendant ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right, bring the jury in. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. State, call your next witness.
Salazar.
Officer Salazar, you've been previously sworn.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
We can all see that you're the same person that testified the other day, but just want to make sure the record reflects that too. You testified last week in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we learned that day you worked for the Lancaster Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we were looking at a part of your chase video, in this case involving y'all's chase of Eddie Routh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, he's got to take it down.
Oh, sorry.
Were you able to go back and check y'all's records from your camera system and get some times of when y'all arrived at this, or when the call started, when you arrived at the scene at Lancaster, the house on 6th Street, when all that started?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let me ask you this, when did y'all receive the call to go to this house at 220 West 6th Street in Lancaster?
At about 1951 hours, or 7:51 that evening.
And then when did units begin to arrive at that address?
About 1954, 1955 time frame.
Okay, so 7:55?
Yes, ma'am.
7:54?
Mhm.
Would that have been about the time you arrived at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
The house there? And then at what time did the defendant drive away from that house on 6th Street?
At about 20:24, which is 8:24 p.m.
8:24?
Mhm.
And so that's when the chase began?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what time was he stopped?
About 20:33. About 8:33. Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 333. And have you had a chance to take a look at that video?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. And is this another portion of your patrol car video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this actually the view inside the back seat of your patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was recorded on February the 2nd, 2013.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And as we discussed with your recording the other day, your car is equipped with recording device, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was working that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And we know that because we've got this recording.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've looked at this, and this is an accurate recording of the back seat camera from your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Here we are for State 333.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 333 is admitted.
And as I said, Officer Salazar, have you had a chance to view this video?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And just recently as well?
Yes, ma'am.
When you watch this, did you notice a difference or variation in the defendant's demeanor as we go through this video?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was that?
I noticed whenever there was a crowd around or some people talking to him, he seemed to be distraught. But whenever we'd close the squad car doors, he seemed to just kind of be laid back and relaxing.
Okay. And the camera that's in your car, if somebody's sitting in the back seat, do they necessarily know they're being recorded?
No, ma'am.
Is it a kind of a hidden camera, or?
It's mounted up on the top bar of the brace bar, and the brace bar is padded with some black covering, and the camera's mounted up there, and the camera's black. It's just sitting up there, but it doesn't have any lights. It doesn't have any kind of indicator that it's on. It doesn't have any indicator of the lux value where normally it would have like a little green light or anything. It just sits up there.
And so has it been your experience, I mean, I assume you have transported people in the back seat of your patrol car on many occasions.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And does it seem to be that people always know that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object speculation on the part of this witness.
Overruled.
Have you had occasion to view videos of people being transported in your car, and does it appear that they may not know they're being recorded?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
May we publish this to the jury, Your Honor?
You may. Can this side of the jury box see through this easel? Can we get this put over here? I can't see through it either.
True.
Hey, like, shine your light over me, I'm gonna make sure I look in my hand when I pull this rifle out. Right. Is that? No, it's not sure in there. That's how you load it. Did one go in there? We are, buddy. Remington model 700, serial number's gonna be 6633363, repeating 6633363, Remington model 700. I got it in the back of the car. Sounds all right? Okay, good. Who's working on that? Are we working it? What's that, sir? Have an ambulance come check you out, buddy. What's that? You have a disease? Okay, well just sit down for me, man, okay? You served in Afghanistan? I was in Iraq too, man. take a deep breath for me, okay? Take a deep breath for me. You got it, right? Right, well, wait, relax, I know about the light. You're gonna lay in this later, I'll keep you all night, like that. I don't know why. Well, relax, okay? Relax, take a deep breath, okay? I believe so, yes, sir, today's Saturday. I think it started like Thursday, or something, you know, relax, take a deep breath, okay, all right, Wayne? You'll be all right. Hey, Wayne, hey, it's all right to be scared, just relax for me, okay? You hear me? Sure, okay. Hey, to help me relax, I think you bring 4 hands, you know why? Because that's deep, you know what I'm saying? So we can help it if you want, all right? All right, hey, that's what you like, okay? Take a look at that ball, okay? We'll take off your glasses real quick, all right? Put it right here in my nose, okay? Back on me, all right? Just on your finger a little better, okay? I don't know what's happening in my world right now, you know. I can't even sleep in the house that I was raised in, you know. Gunning. Shoot, sir. Jesse. Yeah. Am I gonna go to insane asylum? How you been doing today, sir? been so paranoid, schizophrenic all day, I don't know what to even think of the world right now. I don't know if I'm insane or sane. I don't know what's even sane in the world right now.
Salazar, we obviously just saw a car ride there. Where are you taking the defendant?
We're going back to the Lancaster Police Department at 1650 North Dallas Avenue.
Okay. You're transporting the defendant from that location at I-35 and around Wheatland where the chase stopped,
Yes, ma'am.
back to the police station. And was it your purpose, or your duties that day to interview the defendant?
Not interviewed, no, ma'am.
Okay. Was it your purpose just to secure him in your vehicle and transport him to the police station?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at the beginning of that video, we heard you say something about a Remington rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that. Did you find a Remington rifle in that truck?
Yes, ma'am. There was one in there.
And did you initially remove that from the truck?
Yes. I was told by my sergeant to clear that weapon.
And secure it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you eventually, though, were you told to put that back in the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there's a part in the video where we see the defendant move over to kind of the edge of the seat on the left side of the screen here. Who's he talking to there?
EMS.
Did y'all have EMS and fire come out and check him out?
Yes, ma'am, because he had been involved in the collision where Officer Grimes had attempted to disable his truck.
Okay. And did they determine that he was not injured?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I believe you told us the other day that you yourself served in the Marines, and we hear you talking about that on there.
Yes, ma'am.
When you're transporting somebody, is it important for your safety and everybody's safety involved that the person be calm as possible under the circumstances when you're transporting them?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you trying to, build a rapport with Mr. Routh while you're talking to him?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So you mentioned him that you were also a Marine,
Yes, ma'am.
served in Iraq too,
Yes, ma'am.
and so what was the purpose of that?
Just to make sure he doesn't, just freak out in the back of my car. And I mentioned that to a lot of people, especially service members, try to build up that rapport, try to understand, to make sure that they know that we were kind of on the same side at one point.
Now, and so you said you served in Iraq, how long were you there?
9 months.
In what time frame?
I believe we got there early February.
I'm gonna object to this point to relevance.
I am going somewhere with this, John.
Overruled.
So you said, what time frame were you there?
Early February, end of February into November, December timeframe.
What year?
I believe it was 04. I believe it was. That was the year.
And did you tour various parts of the country when you were there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Are you familiar with a military base in Balad?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you also familiar with a military base in Fallujah?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And now, the base in Balad, would you characterize that as a small base or a large base?
I think it was like considered the second largest air base there, from my understanding.
Okay. And then comparing that to Fallujah, is Fallujah a larger or a smaller base?
Oh, that was a lot smaller base.
Okay. Now, are you familiar, based on your training and your experience in the Marines, with what an armorer's job is?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
And what's your understanding of what an armorer does?
I know we go get our weapons from them, some ammo. They PM weapons,
What's PM?
preventive maintenance. We turn our gear in and they inspect our weapons to make sure we're properly cleaned. If something was wrong with the weapons, we'd bring them back to them and they'd fix it.
And so if you need a weapon to go do whatever your duties are that day, would you go and get it from the armorer?
Normally we would already have them issued, but that's who we initially would see to get the weapon.
And they maintain the gear.
Yes, ma'am.
And in your experience in the Marines in Iraq, do armorers generally leave the base?
No, ma'am.
Now, are you familiar with there being prisons or places where they detain enemy combatants at either of these bases?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there people over there in Iraq that are involved in, I guess, the drug trade, finance, whatever their task, whatever they're doing over there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the way that some people make a living over there?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are there people over there that might be referred to, if somebody said a drug lord, would that be, I guess, a term for someone over there involved in the drug trade?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there also people over there in Iraq, enemy combatants, people that would be referred to as warlords?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fairly common term over there?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And so if someone, if the defendant used those terms, is that something that would be used in the context of Iraq?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
And we hear you on the, I guess sort of at the beginning, you're talking to another officer, kind of telling what your understanding was of what happened
Yes, ma'am.
that day with the defendant. Now, is that just based on information that you're receiving from somebody else?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have personal knowledge?
No, ma'am.
You're just repeating what you heard?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Officer Salazar, thank you for being here today and coming back. Let me ask you just a few questions about this video and your testimony. You said you removed the Remington 700 rifle from the black Ford pickup,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Mhm.
and you had someone clear the weapon.
I believe I cleared it, and then my sergeant was looking at me clear it.
Was it loaded?
I believe it was, yes, sir.
Okay. So, if the ranger who brought that rifle to the lab testified it was unloaded because you or somebody else from the Lancaster PD that you had to do it cleared the weapon.
Yes, sir.
So there were 30-06 rounds of ammunition.
I believe there were. That's what the caliber was. I think so,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Do you know how many rounds were in it?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know when that gun was loaded?
No, sir, I don't.
But it was between the console and the passenger seat in that truck.
Yes, sir.
You said relax on that video at least 20 times,
Yes, sir.
maybe more. I didn't count them all, but roughly, I'm not trying to tie you down, but I mean, you were saying relax, and then as counsel pointed out, you tried to build a rapport with him, telling him you were a Marine. You testified right off the bat on direct that he seemed to be distraught in the crowd and then laid back in the squad car when the doors were closed.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's an observation that you made. Certainly, you were trying to calm him.
Oh, yes, sir.
You were telling him to relax. You were telling him you were a Marine. You were building that rapport. I guess because it's safer to transport somebody that's calmer.
Yes, sir, it is.
At one point during that videotape, you get in the trunk of your car.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing then?
I didn't know that Sergeant Logan was going to be going with me to transport, so I had to take my duty bag and my duty gear out. So depending on which time you saw me in the trunk would have been figuring out either taking the weapon out of my trunk because we had put the weapon initially in the trunk, or towards the end where I had to put my duty bag to clear out my front seat.
Okay, explain to me when you say we put the weapon, you put a weapon in the trunk.
Yes. The Remington rifle, we put it in the trunk.
Okay.
And then the Ranger arrived and we had to take it out of the trunk, and then I put my duty bag in the trunk to clear the front seat for the sergeant to sit there so we could both transport.
Your car was also the car that we saw the dash cam video from earlier in this trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if Eddie's sitting in the back seat of your car, he can see what's going on out there at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to him being put in the back of the car, is that when you're talking about he's distraught?
Well, he was out there with other detectives and other people, so I don't know if he was distraught then.
Well, I don't either. I wasn't out there, but you told at the very beginning of your direct testimony, you said that he was distraught around a crowd. And
Right, well, when we took him out of the vehicle to see the medical people, he was crying and hooting a little bit. And
Okay. Well, before you took him out of the vehicle, before you ever put him in the vehicle, was he distraught?
I don't know because I didn't ever talk to him then. I wasn't part of the arresting team that initially made contact with him.
You didn't get out of your car and go up with your gun drawn?
I went to the passenger side, not the driver's side.
And how long after he was cuffed before he was put in your car?
I'm not really sure, sir. I'd have to look at the video to see the
Did
time
you
frame
put
he
him
was
in your
there.
car or did somebody else?
Someone else did.
But needless to say, all that activity that took place outside the car, fair to say there's a fair number of weapons, to include the 30-06 Remington rifle and a whole bunch of service handguns that were issued to the Lancaster PD that were certainly out and drawn.
Yes, sir.
And when Eddie was taken out of the car to visit with the paramedics, there was a whole bunch of armed police officers out there, were there not?
On the scene, but I don't know if they were right there with us while we were being seen with the medical people.
Within eyesight,
I'm more than sure, yes, sir.
within a stone's throw?
Probably.
And that's when you were telling him to relax when you took him out of the car to see the paramedics,
Yes, sir.
20 plus times.
Yes, sir.
I pass the witness.
I have no further questions for Officer Salazar.
All right, you may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12 o'clock sharp. So it's a good time for lunch. Once again, lunch will be provided. We'll take an hour recess for lunch. Remember my instructions at all times. Court will stand in recess till 1 o'clock. You may be excused.
All rise.
All right, State's counsel's present, defense counsel and defendant. Need anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. No, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. They call you next witness.
They call Jason Upshaw.
All right. Captain, you were previously sworn, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief, could you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Jason Upshaw. I'm the Chief Deputy for the Routh County Sheriff's Office.
And Chief, how long have you served as Chief Deputy?
Oh, approximately 2 years.
And before that, you've had a long career in law enforcement. Could you describe for the jury the various agencies with which you served in law enforcement?
I served with Tarleton PD for 2 months and then started to work at the Sheriff's Office. And I've
When
been
was that? When you first started with the Sheriff's Office?
January the 1st, 1997.
Okay. And then did you have a long stint with the Sheriff's Office after 1997?
Yes, sir. I took a narcotics assignment and was assigned to the Narcotics Task Force for several years and then back into the Sheriff's Office as an investigator.
Okay. And since that time, you've promoted several times until you've attained the rank of Chief Deputy. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You served as a lieutenant and then captain and now Chief Deputy.
Correct.
And Chief, is one of your, do you have a number of administrative duties in addition to law enforcement duties connected to your new title that you obtained 2 years ago?
That is correct.
What types of administrative duties do you perform?
I'm over the administrative aspects of the enforcement side of the Sheriff's Office, communications, and the jail. Custodian of records will be the biggest ones.
Okay, so you are one of the custodians of records for the jail. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you're also involved in overseeing the staff and the administration of the jail itself.
That's correct.
And are you familiar with the custody of the defendant, which has been maintained since his arrest in February of 2013?
Yes, sir, I am.
And how has he been classified in the jail during that time?
He's been in a single-man cell since he arrived.
Okay, and as part of that single-man cell, does he have access to a television?
Yes, sir, he does.
And with that television, does he have access to a number of cable channels?
Yes, sir, he does.
And also, does he have access to communication device in the cell?
Yes, sir, he has a telephone.
Okay, and then is that, in the county jail, does each cell have its own phone?
Most every cell has its own phone. There's 2 or 3 that has a phone on a cart that we push from one cell to the other if the inmate wishes to make a phone call.
Now, during the time that the defendant has been kept in a single cell by himself, have you been able to trace which cell he's been in and which cell telephone he's had access to?
Yes, sir.
And are you, do you have, does the jail have a system for maintaining or for recording and then maintaining those recordings of inmate phone calls at the Routh County Jail?
Yes, sir, we do. We contract with a third-party vendor. Each cell, through their program, we can monitor each cell, each telephone in that jail. The information is simultaneously stored on their server, and I can retrieve it at any given time.
Okay, so it's stored off-site, but it originates at the county jail, stored off-site, but you as a custodian of records have access to those calls at any time.
That is correct.
And is it a practice that the county has to record all calls made to and from a jail cell as well as visitation rooms?
That is correct.
But that excludes attorney visitation rooms, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you never record visits that an inmate has with his attorneys?
No, sir.
Do you have a system for identifying specific inmates' calls?
There's a number of parameters that we can use to identify the inmate, the cell that it originated in from, the visitation phone that it originated from. So there's several parameters that we can search for an actual call.
So you can actually, if you know what cell a defendant is in, can you trace call or identify calls which have been made from that specific cell?
Yes, sir.
And when inmates make calls, are they notified that the calls could be monitored or recorded?
Yes, sir, every time.
Now, when you have an inmate such as the defendant who is in a cell by himself, can you state with confidence if you can identify that a call was made from that cell, that it was made by the defendant?
That is correct.
Now, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Chief, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 332. Have you had a chance to review the contents of that disc?
Yes, sir, I have.
And does it contain a call from the Routh County Jail from May 31st of 2013?
That is correct.
And are you able to identify, have you listened to that call in its entirety?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in that call, are you able to identify the participants, one or more of the participants in that phone call?
Yes, both parties.
Okay. Who are the parties that you can identify in that call?
The defendant, Eddie Ray Routh, and Nicholas Schmidl.
Now, who is Nicholas Schmidl?
He is a reporter for the New Yorker magazine.
And how is it that you can identify the defendant's voice? How do you know his voice?
I've been with him for the last 2 years.
Did you observe through closed circuit TV the original interview with him by Danny Briley on February the 2nd, 2013?
That is correct.
And how is it that you can identify the voice of this Nicholas Schmidl?
I spoke with him on the telephone prior to the interview with Mr. Routh.
So he had contacted the sheriff's office as part of investigating for his news story?
That is correct.
And you say he works for the New Yorker. Are you familiar with his writings for the New Yorker?
Not prior to this, no.
Okay. But you do recognize you've heard that voice before?
Yes.
Now, the defendant was in custody at the jail at the time this call was made. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is the disc that you're looking at, there's a complete call that this comes from. Have you listened to the complete call?
Yes, sir, I have.
And was that a recording made in the ordinary course of business of the Routh County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And was the original recording a true and accurate depiction or recording of the call you retrieved from the Infinity Network?
That is correct.
Now, the State's Exhibit 332, is that a portion of that call that you heard?
Yes, sir, a portion of the call in its entirety.
Your Honor, the State offers State's Exhibit 332.
Will you approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll make an objection, 332, Judge, violation 4-3.
All right, the objection is noted and overruled finding. Based on the content of that, I've previously heard that exhibit. The probative value of that is evidence substantially outweighs the danger of any unfair prejudice, confusion of any issues, or misleading to the jury. State's Exhibit 332 is admitted.
May we publish the exhibit, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, it is audio only, so we won't need the lights.
This call will be an operator service charge of $1.25 plus an additional 50 cents for the first minute and 50 cents for each additional minute. Hello, this is a call at no expense to you from an inmate at the Erie County Jail. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, dial 3. To refuse this call, dial 9 or hang up now. Thank you for using Infinity Networks. You may begin speaking now.
Hello? Hello? Hey. Hey, Eddie. How you doing, man? So, sorry, we're getting back to that day, though. So Jen called on Chris Kyle's phone? Yes, sir. Uh-huh. And she must have gotten a number from your mom, I guess, yeah? Well, it was on the freezer. So I guess she obviously remembered it. And when I can't remember it. That was on the drive, though? That was as you all were just leaving? Yeah, that was when we were heading to the range. She tried to call, and I said, fuck that, I don't want to talk to her. I already stated my facts that morning, Told her I was. I got up early. I mean, I got up fucking early now. It was, I don't know, 4 in the morning or so. And, maybe even earlier than that. Started some coffee. Cooked myself a sandwich. Made a, bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. And I asked her if she wanted anything to eat, and she was like, no, I'm good. And she still ate a piece of bacon, I guess that's how you earn your bacon, Earn that fat back. That's what they call it. It's really on the belly. Do you know where it comes from? So as you all were driving after she called, then you didn't talk much the rest of the way, or you did a little bit? Well, I mean, they just didn't want to talk. We stopped at Whataburger and got us a bite to eat, and I thought that was strange. I didn't tell them I was hungry. They just pretty much like force fed me. I mean, I guess they didn't force feed me. I mean, I still ate, but I didn't ask them to eat. They just went through the drive-thru and pulled up to the first window, and I told them, aren't you tired of eating all this other stuff and all this shit, all the shit everybody else is eating? And they're like, well, yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but you get tired of eating the same old shit day after day. But the Army and the Marine Corps have been fighting it out for fucking years now.
y'all kept driving and got to the gun range, and then what happened there?
We got out, and Chris, he was shooting the 45, and he handed me a 45. Well, okay, he handed me it was a Navy. I'm pretty sure it was a single action. And, I guess it's a cold Army. Go Army. And, the Army, he handed that to me, and I set it down, and I was like, nah, it's all right. Well, I picked up a 9mm, started loading the mag, I filled the mag, shot a magazine. He shot a magazine. Oh, okay, so we're shooting pistols here, huh? Okay. I guess that's pretty much saying duel, motherfucker, So I loaded up another magazine. It was the smell in the air that morning, it smelled like shit. And, so I had to take care of business, and I took care of business, and then, I got in the truck and left, and, was fucked up, got back in the truck, put in a fucking dip, started heading north on 67, and, stopped at the Dollar General, trying to buy it was a Dr. Pepper, and then line was out the ass, and I was like, fuck this. So I threw the Dr. Pepper down in my ass, and now I got to Alvarado to see my uncle Jamie, or James, I guess you could say, Uncle James. And then, got to see. I remember the Mexicans next door, she just got back from the grocery store, and they're carrying in some groceries. And,
So do you still have the 9mm with you at this point?
I did.
And so you all were both at the range and both shooting at targets about how far away?
No, mine was at 25. I think his was at 50.
And you just then, did he say something to you, or did you just turn? I mean, what sparked?
What sparked it was, I kept looking at Routh, and I was like, what the fuck are you even doing here, man? I asked him a couple times, I go, hey, you gonna shoot? You gonna shoot? You gonna shoot? You gonna shoot? And he's like, no, I'm good. What are you doing? This isn't a spectator sport, it's a shooting sport. You shoot. And that's what got me all, wired up. And I was like, this motherfucker, all you doing is watching. He watched it.
Did you shot Chris first?
No, I didn't shoot Chris first. I shot him second.
And did Chris fire at you as well?
Well, he was shooting right beside me,
Yeah, but did he? So you're standing there and you shot Littlefield, and then you turned and shot Chris.
Yes, sir.
And did Chris, after you shot Littlefield, did Chris try and come after you or shoot you or anything?
Well, it was like I started shooting, and he was just finishing a magazine. He just finished it, last shell. Jumped right out of the gun. I guess that's how you dropped the 45,
So he was shooting the 45, yeah?
Yeah, he was shooting 45. 45.
And
I guess I really should have picked up the 45, They work better. They got more weight.
Did you on the ride there that day, did you feel like, you came back and you said something to Laura, I think, that you couldn't trust them, and so, you had to kill them before they killed you.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's how I felt that day, That's how I was feeling.
And, you felt that way from the time, I mean, almost from the time they picked you up, that whole car ride, that's how you felt?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, there was other times, it smelled like, cologne, you know? It smelled like sweet cologne, and then it'd go to being sour like a motherfucker, like, I guess it was love and hate, you know? It's smelling love and hate. They were giving me some love and hate. You can smell it when it's in the air, you know? I mean, don't you smell it? You're out there on the East Coast.
What's in there though? Well, I don't know how that relates to what was, you know, you were smelling that, can you smell that when you were in the truck with Chad and Chris?
Yeah. I guess it really wasn't, I guess I was smelling myself, really. I was riding in the back seat.
So you went from your uncle's house, you went to Laura's house, and then from there, where did you go?
So, hey man, I went to the house after that. I went back to,
Chief, was the date of that call 5/31/13?
Yes, sir.
Almost 4 months after the defendant was taken into custody?
That is correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Chief, how you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you for treating the attorneys from out of town with so much respect for the past 2 years. I would suggest, and I can represent to this community, you're a very professional sheriff's officer, practice all over the state of Texas. I'm very impressed with your professionalism for what it's worth. So you were over the jail, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did Mr. Routh start taking medication for his antipsychotic personality?
I don't.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the premise of the question, which is a diagnosis this witness is not qualified to make.
Sustained.
Well, if he has personal knowledge regarding, does he take medication for antipsychotic issues?
I know he's on a number of medications.
And do you have, based on your being the administrator of the jail, do you know why he takes the medication?
He's been prescribed the medications by his doctor.
Is that a psychiatrist?
I don't know what he had when he first arrived in Routh County, whether because he had been to, from what I understand, different doctors prior to us having any involvement with him. Ever since we've had him, it's just been one doctor.
And is that a physician here in Routh County?
That is correct, sir.
Do you know if that physician's a psychiatrist?
No, he is not, I don't believe.
And do you know what medication he's prescribed?
Not off the top of my head, no. I mean, it's...
Do you know what time he has to take the different medications?
One of them is at, in the morning first thing, one at 2 o'clock, and then another one later in the evening.
So he has to take one in 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
And who brings the medication to the courthouse?
We have a jailer bring it up here.
Something like this, packaging this,
Yes, sir.
little white pill,
Yes, sir.
he has to take it at 2 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
So, for the past 2 years, you've been seen by a physician for whatever the issue is, and I know you're not a physician, but for someone who's not sick, he sure takes a lot of medication, doesn't he?
We give him what the doctor tells us to give him.
And I know you weren't at the scene at Rough Creek Lodge, and I know you don't have any personal knowledge about the case. I think you did make the crime scene, if I'm not mistaken, man. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Did you make the crime scene, I believe?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you go to Lancaster, I think.
Yes, sir, I did.
Ranger Briley.
Yes.
You never talked to, I can't cross-examine you about the conversation because you're not the person with them on the phone. But did you ever speak to this reporter from the New Yorker magazine?
When he originally called to basically set up the interview that resulted in that phone call.
And that was the extent of it?
Yes.
Now, since I can't cross-examine you on what he was saying, that'd be the reporter from New Yorker magazine, I can ask you, in the audio tape, we do hear a response to a question, I had to kill them before they killed me, is that right?
Yes, sir, or something to that effect.
And you don't know what Eddie's state of mind was on February the 2nd of 2013, do you?
I wasn't there.
You're not trying to represent to this jury, you know, what he was thinking, what he was doing, anything like that, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, I wasn't there.
Did Mr. Routh, when he came to the jail on early morning hours of February the 3rd, 2013, do you recall how soon after that he started taking his medication, for whatever that is?
Without looking at his medical records, no, I don't. I know there was a time there he quit taking anything, and I mean, so it's been kind of back and forth, so I don't have the dates.
I'll pass one, Your Honor.
Redirect, Your Honor. Now, I know you're not a doctor and you're not totally versed on what the purpose of his medications are, but when the defendant was brought to the Routh County on February 3rd of 2013, did the jail take steps to obtain his existing prescriptions from the Veterans Administration?
Yes, they did.
And did the jail continue him on the same medication regimen that had been prescribed by the Veterans Administration?
Yes, they did.
And since that time, has he had access to medications as continually re-prescribed by the jail physician?
Yes, yes.
During that time, has the defendant had any sort of psychotherapy or treatment from anyone other than, or psychotherapy at all?
No, sir, he has not.
Has he had any treatment from any doctor other than the jail doctor?
No, sir.
During that time, has he had access to any sort of illegal substances?
Absolutely not.
Has the jail controlled everything he ate and took into his body since February the 3rd, 2013?
Yes, sir.
In the days, weeks, and months following his arrest on February the 3rd, 2013, have you and the jail administration observed a change in his behavior?
Yes,
In general terms, has his behavior become calmer?
much more.
Has he become more compliant
Yes, sir.
and less erratic?
That is correct.
Has his physical appearance changed significantly since he was arrested on February the 3rd, 2013?
Drastically.
His medications have been consistent,
Yes, sir.
but he's had no access to illegal drugs during that time.
No, sir.
Now, since counsel brought it up, we just listened to that call. It speaks for itself, but I want to ask about your perception of it. Prior to Nicholas Schmidl asking Eddie if he feared for his life, did the defendant ever say anything in that call about having fear of Chad Littlefield or Chris Kyle?
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Initially, when he was, that would be my client, Mr. Routh, was housed in the Routh County Jail, there's a local attorney, Shay Isham, who is at counsel table, one of the co-counsels for Mr. Routh. Did you have to call Mr. Isham on different occasions to come down and speak to Eddie to help calm him down?
Yes, sir.
And I think you testified a few minutes ago, his behavior and his overall philosophy has changed significantly since he's been in the Routh County Jail, is that right?
It has gotten much better.
And you know for a fact, since you control everything, or almost everything, that he is taking the medication, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief, I appreciate you being here.
Brief redirect. Just to clarify, since the time he's been in custody, he's been administered the medications which were already prescribed.
That is,
Pardon me, that's repetition, Your Honor. That's
Overruled.
what the judge said.
Overruled.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll ask you again, since the time he's been in custody, has he been administered the prescriptions he was already prescribed when he was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
And his behavior has improved?
Yes, sir.
His weight has changed?
Yes,
And he's had no access to illegal drugs?
that is correct.
Pass the witness.
Well, in all fairness to you, the VA is a government-owned, a government-run facility, is that right?
Yes, sir.
By the United States government?
Yes, sir.
And that is for people who are veterans of, whatever they're veterans of, war, combat, not war, things like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you can't tell this jury that the medication he was prescribed by the VA while he was not in custody he was taking, can you?
Not while he was not in custody, no.
You have no idea if he was consuming his medication at all, is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Or if the VA prescribed the amount, the proper amount of medication, you don't know that, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
Thank you, Chief.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests subject to rebuttal.
We have a motion, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need to take up one brief matter outside of your presence. We're not even gonna take a full-blown break. If you'll step outside the door and hang around, we'll take a matter up and then we'll continue after that. All right, the record will reflect at this time the jury is outside of the courtroom. Mr. St. John, you may proceed.
Yes, Judge, at this time, Eddie Routh will move for directed verdict, most specifically, request the court to instruct the jury to find my client not guilty as a matter of law in cause number CR 14024, styled the state of Texas versus Eddie Ray Routh. More specifically, the state of Texas has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Eddie Ray Routh, the defendant, on or about the 2nd of February 2013, in this county, state of Florida, did then and there intentionally and only cause the death of an individual, Christopher Scott Kyle, namely by shooting him with a firearm. And furthermore, the state of Texas failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client, Eddie Ray Routh, did intentionally and only cause the death of an individual, namely Chad Hudson Littlefield, by shooting him with a firearm. And both murders were committed during the same criminal episode. The state of Texas has failed to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt, and most respectfully ask the court to instruct the jury to find my client not guilty as a matter of law.
All right, the defendant's oral motion for directive verdict having been dictated into the record is denied and overruled in all things. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bring the jury back in. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. Mr. St. John, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we call Greg Stewart as our first witness.
Craig Stewart. Be seated. You may proceed.
May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
Counsel. Deputy Stewart, you were here on, I believe, the 13th and testified previously in this trial.
Yes, sir.
And you testified on the 13th that you were an evidence technician, that was part of your duties with the sheriff's office.
Yes, sir.
And you've already explained that once to the jury, so I'm not going to ask you to explain that again. But basically what you're doing is you accept evidence that's collected from other law enforcement agents.
Yes, sir.
And you lock it up. You're the only one who has access to that vault, correct?
That's correct.
And there were several items, and many of them are here. You may recognize, certainly there's, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
There's a box with evidence tape all over it that of several of these you've unsealed, or Ranger Adcock unsealed, somebody unsealed up here from the witness stand previously in the trial.
Yes, sir.
And in the interest of making sure that the jury has the complete picture, you brought some other items up here with you today, and I'm assuming that those are also items that you've had in the evidence locker out of the Routh County Sheriff's Office in that vault you spoke of on the 13th.
That is correct.
And were those items collected by other law enforcement agents?
Yes, sir.
And were those collected at the scene at the Rough Creek Lodge?
Yes, sir, they were.
And I'm going to approach the court reporter here in a minute and have them marked. But do you expect that when we unseal those and look at them, those are going to be firearms?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. And they were collected on February the 2nd of 2013?
It was after midnight, February 2nd, on or about February 2nd, February 3rd. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
It may have carried over from the 2nd to the 3rd, but they were associated with this case.
Yes, sir, they were.
You've seen the pictures of the crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what we're talking about here are the guns that were on the shooting deck at Rough Creek Lodge on February 2nd and 3rd,
Yes, sir.
2013.
Yes, sir.
And your handling of those simply relates to those being collected as evidentiary items from that scene, brought to you for safekeeping, and they've been in your possession since then. Is that correct?
With the exception of being transferred to Ranger Stoner to be taken to the lab, and then he brought them back to me.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's chain of custody affidavits to go along with each one of them from when those things occurred.
That is correct.
And so, other than when you released them to Ranger Stoner to take them over to the Garland DPS lab for testing, they've either been in your possession, his possession, or some technician at the Garland DPS lab over in Garland for testing.
That is correct.
And there's a paper trail to show everybody initials or makes a notation on there when they had custody of that. But ultimately, they ended up back with you some time ago.
Yes, sir.
And they've been in your vault out at the Routh County Sheriff's Office up until today.
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And what we're going to do, I guess, mark the boxes.
Mr. Russell? I can get it done right now. Be just a moment.
time zone?
Yeah.
May I approach again?
Yes, sir.
You wanna use our desk? Let me get my stuff out of your way.
Well, we can do that, or?
Here, it's a little longer. Here, go and try that. There you go.
All right, Deputy, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 336, and ask you to go ahead and get that open for me. Same procedure for 337 here, if you could unseal that for us and get it locked for us. marked, 338, that you can do the same procedure for us on that one, be mindful of which way it's pointing. Alright, 339, this is the fourth of 5. Same procedure there, Deputy Stewart, please. This is the fifth and last one, Defendant's Exhibit number 340, if you'll unseal that for us.
Investigator Stewart.
Tommy, you ready? All right, Deputy Stewart, you said these have all been in your possession and you brought them here to court today, correct?
That is correct.
And now that you've unsealed them, you've seen those are the items that you received from the agents that recovered them from the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they've remained, with the exception of adding a lock to the action, they've remained in the same condition the entire time they've been in your care, is that correct?
That is correct.
I pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
May we approach for a second? It's just it's a housekeeping.
Sure, sure. All right, Investigator Stewart, I've spoken with the attorneys. They have agreed to excuse you from the rule at this point in time regarding your testimony. Save and except, with regard to talking to persons about your testimony, you're instructed not to do anything in that regard, but you may remain around the courthouse at this point in time.
Michael Adcock.
Ranger Adcock, please. Have a seat in this black chair and you're still under oath.
May it please the court?
Yes, sir.
Counsel. Ranger Adcock, you were here a couple of days ago testifying in this trial about evidence that was collected at the scene at Rough Creek Lodge, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your capacity as a crime scene investigator, you showed us a bunch of pictures of all the evidence spread out at the scene, as well as there were several items, including some that are here today, may I approach, Your Honor, like these boxes that were wrapped with evidence tape that y'all collected that have since been admitted into evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And most of the boxes like this contain handguns.
Yes, sir.
There were also some other guns collected at the scene that are not yet in evidence. And we talked about some of those during your testimony on the picture.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, I've got 5 what purport to be long guns here that Deputy Stewart's already has unsealed and put a lock on, and said that he has kept those in his evidence vault since he received them from you or other rangers that were collecting this evidence at the scene.
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know how the easiest way to go about doing this is going to be. If I bring them and slide them across, maybe like this, it's going to be okay for you?
Yes, sir.
That one is marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 340. Would you open that for me and see if you can identify the item that's contained therein?
Well, I can't see the serial number on it, but I
Well,
believe it's,
do you have a knife?
yes, sir.
We're gonna have to go ahead and cut those cable ties. I don't know if we got some scissors or a knife that we can do that. You want these?
Yes, sir.
I thought we had some up here as a witness.
There he is. Right here. Oh. Yes, sir. Okay, this is a PWS model MK2.
Go ahead and hold it up while you describe what it is.
Is a M4 platform or a AR-15 platform semi-automatic rifle. It takes a magazine to the bottom. Semi-automatic. It just has a safety and a fire on the selector switch.
And you said AR-15 platform. These kind of guns commonly referred to as ARs, black guns, assault rifles, and other names.
Yes, sir. Have many names.
And a popular gun shoots is that one a 223 or 5.56?
It's 7.62 by
Okay.
51.
Okay. And does it also have another item in the box that came with it?
Yes, sir. Black magazine.
You demonstrated for the jury at one point about how the pistol magazine goes into the pistol. Can you, without removing the lock, just kind of show us how that works?
This is the magazine well for the magazine. It only fits in there one direction right in there like that.
Okay, and the jury members, they saw some pictures. There were some guns that didn't have a magazine in them, and there was at least one of those black guns that did.
Yes, sir.
Have the magazine in it when you photographed it at the scene. Do you know if it was that one or some other one?
I don't recall.
Okay, you can put that one up. And we'd like to offer Defendant's Exhibit number 340 at this time for all purposes, Your Honor.
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 340 is admitted for record purposes for comfort for the jury. Once that lock's on there, that thing is incapable of being fired. Don't have to worry about it.
Your Honor, did you say for all purposes?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I apologize for what you said something.
I was explaining for the record, when the lock's on there, it cannot be fired.
Yes, Your Honor.
Printed your Adcock, I'm gonna show you what's been marked. Defendant's Exhibit number 339, and ask you to go ahead and take a look at that one.
May I have permission to come up and help Mr. Osham, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Some of them, Deputy Stewart got loose to lock them. Some of them be easier than others.
This one. This is the STS craft rifle 223 caliber.
Okay.
Same platform.
Same type of AR, black gun, assault rifle type gun. That one's got a little bit of a different look to it because it's got that scope on the top. Could you flip up the scope caps for me?
I believe it's just got
No,
one.
but you got one on the back. All right, but it's a different caliber than the last one we looked at, but it's the same platform, you say?
Yes, sir.
Same type of weapon. Shoots out to 1,000 yards,
I think
potentially.
It could.
Could if you've got the right optics and the right person shooting it.
Yes, sir.
Lethal weapon. If used
Yeah.
properly. Can be. Fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. You can put that one up, and Judge, we're gonna offer, $339 for all purposes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
All right, Ranger, I'm gonna show you now what's been marked as defendant's number 338.
Okay, this one is the PWS model MK1, 5.56 by 45, 223 caliber.
So it's almost exactly the same rifle as the first one we looked at, just a smaller caliber.
Yes, sir.
Okay, same platform, same setup. This one's just in a .223 caliber.
Yes, sir.
Okay, same capabilities as the other rifles, basically with just a little bit smaller projectile.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can put that one down. Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 338 for all purposes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay, this is a SDTA model SD308. It's a 7.62 by 51 rifle.
Would you hold that up and show that to the jury? It has some markings the other ones didn't have on it, some lettering. What does it say on that gun?
On the upper receiver, on both sides, it's got final chapter. On the buttstock, it's got American Sniper. Looks like a Navy SEAL insignia on the foregrip on this side, and American flag on this side.
Okay. And it's also got some optics on it.
Yes, sir.
Is that a scope that allows for adjustment to shoot at long distances?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can put that one up. Your Honor, at this time, we're going to offer what's been marked as the defendant's exhibit number 337 for all purposes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay, this is the Remington GA Precision model 700 308 caliber bolt action rifle.
Okay. Is that one a little heavier than the others?
Just a little bit.
It made for long range shooting.
Yes, sir.
Got the optics to go along with it. That one's not black and it's not tan like the last one. It's what pattern is that?
It's a camouflage pattern.
Okay. Any other thing that's unique about that gun?
It's got a bipod on it.
Also has an adjustable plate, for cheek plate.
Yes, sir.
And you said that's a 308 caliber?
Yes, sir.
Capable shooting way out there?
Yes,
long
sir.
distance. Okay. And, you can put that one up. Your Honor, at this time, would offer what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 336 for all purposes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Ranger Hancock. I just got a couple more questions. Now, all 5 of those long guns were recovered at the scene at Rough Creek Lodge, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those were all on the shooting deck?
Yes, sir.
And you took pictures of all that. We've looked at all that.
Yes, sir.
Those guns are out there at Rough Creek Lodge, fairly close proximity to one another, as well as handguns.
Yes, sir.
And in those pictures that you showed us are representative of how close they were into proximity to Chad Littlefield too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at least one of those AR type rifles, semi-automatic rifles, had a magazine in it.
Yes, sir.
I pass witness.
Ranger Adcock, when you collected these sporting rifles, after you tagged them and marked their location, did you clear all of them?
Yes, sir.
None of them were loaded at the scene, were they?
No, sir.
Now, these are very nice looking firearms, but can you buy these type of semi-automatic AR-style sporting rifles at virtually any gun retailer in Texas?
I think you can. Some of them are specific, but yes.
I mean, there's some of those that are custom gun
Yes, sir.
firearms, is that right? Now, the term assault rifle was thrown out there. Does anyone in the gun industry use the term assault rifle, or is that more of a political term?
I believe it's a political term.
The media loves to call them assault rifles when criminals use them, but when you and I use them, do we call them sporting rifles?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, I'm hitting you cold, Ranger, because we hadn't talked about this, but some of these rifles are way out of my pay grade. Do you have any idea what these 5 rifles are worth?
No, sir, I don't.
Pass the witness.
Well, he asked you, you cleared them. You had to clear them because you didn't know whether or not they were loaded or not when you look at them, do you?
No, sir.
I mean, that's the reason you clear them, because you don't know if they're loaded or not.
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
When you collect any firearm, you always clear it as a matter of safety?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
It doesn't change the fact that when you looked at these, you didn't know whether they're loaded or not.
No, sir.
That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. May he return to East Texas?
No objection, Judge. The affirmative excuse.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, Ranger Adcock, you're excused. You can return home.
Do we push him in, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 2:20 by my watch. We're gonna go ahead and take a short recess. Sometimes it's hard to coordinate getting people here on certain times, and we're at one of those spots where we need a few minutes to get someone here and get them ready. So let's take about a 20-minute recess at this time. You're still under all the instructions that I've given you before. 2:40. All right, we're back from the afternoon recess. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, Judge.
Anything outside the presence of the jury?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, you may be seated in the courtroom. Mr. St. John, you may proceed.
Yes, Judge, you call Jody Routh to the stand.
All right, Mr. Routh, you've not been previously sworn, so before you take a seat, I'll need to administer an oath. If you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now and trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can have a seat in that black chair. That microphone is voice activated, so you'll have to get close.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record, please.
Jody Routh,
And Ms. Routh, we don't need to know your address, but what city do you live in?
Hertford, Texas,
And how long have you lived in Hertford, Texas?
for a year and a half.
Is that in the Texas Panhandle?
Yes, sir.
And prior to living in Hertford, where'd you live?
Lancaster
And how long did you live in Lancaster?
for 25 years.
Let me do this, we won't need these, may I approach briefly, I'm gonna take these down.
You may.
What part of Lancaster did you live in?
The old historical district,
And what was your address back then?
220 West 6th.
What major intersection is that near?
It's near 6th and Dallas Avenue, or Pleasant Run and Dallas Avenue, but I guess be the major intersection.
Is it near Interstate 20 or Interstate 30? Reference wise.
Well, it's south of 20.
And are you married?
Yes.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
And what are your children? What are your kids' names?
I have Laura and Eddie.
And do you see Eddie president of the council table?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how old is he now? How old is he now?
Eddie's 27.
And where did Mr. Routh grow up?
He grew up in Lancaster.
And where did he go to school?
He went to school in Lancaster in the first 3 years, and then he transferred to Midlothian ISD when he was in 4th grade.
Where was he born?
He was born in Dallas, Texas,
And what's his date of birth?
September 30th, 1987.
So did he go to elementary school in Midlothian?
Yes, sir, he did.
And is that in Ellis County?
Yes, sir, it is.
Growing up, what kind of, I'm gonna use this kind of slang, I got in trouble in English once for saying this, but I don't, what kind of kid was he? What kind of child was he?
He was a good kid.
Did he participate in school activities and things like that?
Yes, he did. Played Little League sports. Did ag in high school, football.
And what kind of grades did he make?
He made fair grades.
Did he graduate from Midlothian High School?
Yes, sir, he did.
And do you recall what year he graduated?
Yes, it was 2006.
And when he graduated from high school, what did he do?
He joined the Marine Corps.
Do you know where he went to, camp?
Yes, sir, he went to San Diego.
And do you remember how long boot camp was back then?
Yes, he was there for 3 months.
Did you go to his graduation?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I think I know, but just for the record, what, do you know what, when he comes out of the Marine Corps, what's his grade or pay grade or rank or anything like that? What's he considered to be?
At the graduation,
Yes.
he came out as private first class. He earned that meritoriously.
And how do you go about earning private first class, do you know?
He was chosen out of a field of approximately 600 recruits, and the drill instructors chose those individuals to earn that meritorious promotion.
And after he graduated from boot camp, did the Marines give him a specific assignment?
Yes, sir. He went to his MOS in Maryland, where he would learn his job for the Marine Corps.
And what was that job specifically?
Small arms weapon repair.
Did he have any knowledge or background in firearms at all?
Yes.
Did he grow up hunting? A lot of kids in Texas grew up hunting. Did he
Yes, he did. He knew about firearms. His dad took him hunting and taught him about firearms.
Did he go bird hunting and deer hunting and things like that?
Yes, sir.
So his assignment in the Marine Corps, his role was basically to maintain and repair small firearms, is that right?
Yes.
And did he ever serve overseas?
Yes, sir, he did.
And where did he serve?
He served in Iraq, started towards the end of 2007 to spring of 2008.
To your knowledge, though he wasn't infantry, or was he ever in a war zone, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
When he left Iraq, did he ever go to Afghanistan or anything like that? To your knowledge?
No, not that I know of.
And did he have another specific assignment in the Marine Corps in Haiti?
Yes, sir, he did.
And tell the jury what that involved.
That involved going a few days after the earthquake and tsunami hit Haiti in January of 2010, and he was there on a humanitarian effort, taking supplies for the people there. He was also helped clean up debris and everything, and he helped clean up bodies from the beaches. And he was there for about 3 months.
And do you recall when he returned from Haiti?
Yes, sir. It was April, mid to late April 2010.
And did he receive an honorable discharge from the United States Marine Corps?
Yes, sir, he did.
Now, Marines don't like to say this, but they are part of the Navy. It's just a fact. Was he ever assigned to a Navy ship at all, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And where was he assigned to a Navy ship?
Where or what ship?
Well, where and then what ship?
He was aboard the USS Baton on a Marine Expeditionary Unit, and they went into the Mediterranean and through the Red Sea and around to Saudi Arabia and Bahrain.
And how long was he on the ship, if you know?
He was on that ship for 7 months.
to your knowledge, is that specified as a Navy warship, or is that a ship that's assigned, well, it's a Navy vessel, but is that mostly Marine folks on the ship?
I don't know. I think it was more Navy, but there was a large amount of Marines also on board.
And do you know what his role was on the Navy ship,
Yes, sir, he was an armorer.
on that ship also?
Yes.
When he left the U.S. Marine Corps, how old was he, do you remember?
He was 23.
Prior to going to the military, did he have any history of any mental illness to your knowledge?
No, sir.
Had he, as a child or as a young adult, ever been to a psychologist or psychiatrist for any treatment of any mental illness or disease or defect?
No, sir.
And did he play football in Midlothian High School?
Yes, he did.
Now, he's about 6'2". And speak out loud.
He is 6'2".
And what position did he play, do you remember?
I don't.
No, that's okay.
I'm not that great at football positions.
And there's been videos played in open court in evidence, and we could see a couple years ago he tall but didn't weigh very much. Was he kind of a skinny kid in high school also?
Yeah, he was rather thin.
Well, you know he's been confined for 2 years, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where did you work back then?
I worked at Long Branch Elementary for the Midlothian ISD.
And what did you do for them specifically?
I was a special education paraprofessional.
Do you have any teaching certificate or any type of special certificate for that?
Yeah, I have a paraprofessional certificate.
And what type of educational background do you have to have for that?
High school.
But it is a special certificate you have to have, that you have
Mm-hmm.
for special needs kids.
Mm-hmm.
You have to speak out loud.
Yes.
Did you ever work at the Midlothian Elementary School?
Yes, it was one of the elementaries. It was Long Branch Elementary.
What's the name of it?
Long Branch.
And what was the time frame you worked at Long Branch Elementary?
I started working there in 1998 until 2013.
How many children went to that school, do you recall, approximately?
Well, it fluctuated the time I was there. It was a brand new school, and there was maybe 300 children, and over the period of 15 years, it was up to around 700 students.
So after Eddie left the Marine Corps, was he able to get employment anywhere?
He did get a job working for a company called Mill Spray, which was a government contract, and he did the same job there. He was an armorer for Mill Spray.
And did that cause him to go around the country or different parts of the United States?
Yes, sir. He flew all over the United States to different military bases.
And he wasn't really fond of flying, is that fair to say?
He wasn't.
Did he eventually leave that employment?
He did.
Now, you have personal knowledge of certain characteristics of him as far as his behavior. When he left the military, did he act differently than he did prior to military service?
Yes, he was different.
Explain to the jury how he was different.
Well, he wasn't his happy-go-lucky self like he had always been. a lot more serious. Very, very concerned for his family.
Was his outward behavior different than it was otherwise? Did he act differently in terms of expression and how he voiced things? And when I say voiced things, how he expressed himself and things like that?
Yes. Sometimes he wasn't able to express exactly how he was feeling.
And prior to your husband taking the job in the Panhandle, you and your husband and your son, I believe, lived in Lancaster, is that right?
Yes.
You already had testimony about that, but it was a small frame wooden house about, how many square feet? About 1,600 feet?
It was a little smaller than that, more like 1,100 square feet.
Did his behavior change in terms of how he talked to folks, treated folks, and things like that?
Still very kind-hearted, but he would, you know, be more aware of who was around him.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that he would really watch what was going on around him, what was going on behind him. Just very cautious about people.
What level would you put on that?
Check to the vagueness of that,
I apologize, John, I'll be very specific. Was he acting paranoid?
Yes, sir, he did.
When was the first time after he was released from the service in the United States Marine Corps that he sought treatment for any mental health issues?
I believe it would have been early 2011.
And if you recall, where was that treatment received?
At the Veterans Administration Hospital in Dallas.
Now, that's a hospital run by the United States government?
Yes, sir, it is.
For United States military veterans?
Yes, it is.
Any branch of the service can go there to seek help?
Right.
Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force?
Yes.
And even though technically not in the military, can Coast Guard folks go there?
I don't know.
During that time frame of 2011, was he ever hospitalized in the Veterans Administration for any psychiatric reason?
Yes, he was, on a few occasions.
I'm not going to ask you specifically about that treatment because you're not a physician, but how long was the first stay in the VA hospital?
The first stay was 3 days. He admitted himself. And within a few days, he was readmitted against his will.
Was that concern brought to the VA hospital's attention about something happened with the family?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Did something cause that to occur that he was involuntarily admitted to the Veterans Administration?
Yes, he was very suicidal.
Had he threatened to kill himself in some specific manner?
Yes, sir.
Well, how was that?
With a gun.
And that was 2011?
Yes.
And all this, every time he went to the VA was documented by the physicians at the Veterans Administration, which is part of the United States government, is that right?
Yes.
After that, talk of suicide or whatever happened actually, when was he released, do you remember?
It was about 3 weeks later.
So he was in there for 3 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And if you know, based on reading the prescription, what medication was he prescribed when he left the Veterans Administration?
There were 9 different medications, and as far as being able to tell you all the names, they were antipsychotic medications, sleeping pills, mood elevators. He was on 9 different medications, and I wished I could tell you exactly all the names, but I don't know right now.
And that medication was prescribed after 3 weeks hospitalization at the VA.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Did he always consistently take his medication like he was supposed to?
Yes, he did for quite some time.
Was it ever determined at any point that his medication was underprescribed as far as the amount?
Your object, that's based on hearsay.
Sustained.
After that 3-week treatment, when was the next time he went into the hospital?
Being admitted or just for regular visits?
Well, for a visit for his mental health issues.
He went for several group therapy meetings. He would go to the psychiatrist every few weeks to rediscuss the medications he was taking. He would have 1 or 2 visits for like 15 minutes with a psychologist or a psychiatrist, the psychiatrist being the one who can give the medication.
And when was the next time he was admitted into the hospital for treatment?
The next time he was admitted would have been January 2013.
So he went from 2011 to January 2013?
I actually believe there was one other hospitalization between there. And right now I can't think of the date, I'm sorry.
That's okay. What hospital was that, do you recall? Prior to January of 2013, what hospital was that?
He went to Green Oaks Hospital, and then from there they transferred him to the VA in Dallas.
Is Green Oaks a private psychiatric hospital?
Yes, sir, it is.
And when did he go to the Veterans Administration Hospital of January 2013? Do you recall the date?
I believe it was the 20th, 19th or 20th of January. It was a Monday.
Now, prior to that date, and I don't say the names, I don't think that's appropriate. Did Chris Kyle's children go to the Midlothian Elementary School you worked at?
Yes.
And boy, girl, 2 girls, 2 boys?
1 boy, 1 girl.
And I don't want another age, I don't think that's appropriate. How, did you see Mr. Kyle come to that school?
I would see him when he was dropping his children off. In the morning, I would be on car duty, and I would see the cars coming and going.
And you knew Mr. Kyle to be a veteran of conflicts and war overseas, is that right?
I did. I knew he had written a book because he did a speech at the school.
When was the first time you approached Chris Kyle about trying to help your son? If you can recall.
It was the first week after we came back to school from the holidays, so it was probably January 6th through the 10th, something like that.
2013?
Yes, sir.
And what did you ask Mr. Kyle to do with regard to Eddie?
I asked him if he was still affiliated with his Fitco Cares program, and I wondered if he could help Eddie with some workouts, possibly get him some workout equipment. And he said, yes, if you will give your number to one of my children, put it in their backpack, and I'll get that, and I'll get in touch with Eddie.
And did that happen?
Yes, I wrote the number down, and I put it in the child's backpack after asking his teacher and the child, could I do that? And within a couple hours later, Chris came back to the school to talk to me.
And you think that was approximately the first week of school of January 2013?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cobb came back up by himself?
Yes.
And did you go inside the school and discuss the issue?
Yes, we did.
And what was that discussion about specifically? What did you share with him?
I shared with him that Eddie was having trouble, that the VA had diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder, and
Now, that's the VA that said that, correct?
the VA said that, yes.
Okay.
And Chris said he understood that because he also had post-traumatic stress, and he said he would love to do anything and everything in his power to help my son.
If Chris Kyle never met your son and didn't know your son prior to that, did he?
No.
That one conversation you had in person, face to face with Mr. Kyle, was that the only time you specifically asked for help beyond just meeting in the driveway?
Yes.
And that was, I'm just gonna roughly say approximately January the 6th, 2013. And then I think you testified on January the 20th of 2013, your son went back to the VA.
Yes, sir.
And why did he go back to the VA?
Because he was taken to Green Oaks, and Green Oaks transferred him to the VA because he was psychotic.
You're all objective for making that diagnosis, not a doctor.
Overruled.
How long did he stay at the Dallas VA? That started on January the 20th of 2013. How long was he there?
He was there until that Friday, so the 25th.
Did you meet with the physicians at the Dallas VA regarding Eddie's release back into the community?
I did not get an opportunity to meet with them. I talked to them on the phone on Thursday. They called and said that they would be.
Sustained.
You can just testify to what you discussed, unless it's some exception to the hearsay rule. So my question to you is, what did you tell the Dallas VA regarding something you learned from them about your son? That's what I want to know.
What did they tell?
No, let me ask you, did you ever plead with the Dallas VA not to release your son?
Absolutely, I did. On Thursday, they called me at school and said, we're releasing Eddie. You need to pick him up.
Judge, I would submit to the court, that's a present sense impression, that is the exception of hearsay rule based on that comment.
Overruled.
So what did the Dallas VA tell you?
They said, okay, we'll keep him. They kept him on Thursday because I objected and said he's not ready.
You meant for a longer period of time, though, didn't you? Not just for a day.
Yes, I did.
But you begged the U.S. government not to release your son, and they still released him.
Yes, sir.
And he came home, and was that to the house in Lancaster?
Yes, sir, it was.
I'm a Texas boy, but am I saying, is it Lancaster or Lancaster? Am I
It's
saying wrong?
Lancaster.
Lancaster. Apologize.
No problem.
And at that time, your husband had already transferred in the oil and gas business up to Hereford, is that right?
Yes.
And so you were living in the home with Eddie during that time frame after his release from the Dallas VA?
Yes.
At some point, let's just say you hadn't seen your husband much, did you and your husband set a time to spend husband and wife time together?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
That was February 1st,
What year?
2013.
To your knowledge, was there any specific plan by Mr. Kyle to meet with your son on a specific day?
Not that I knew of.
And your son did have Chris Kyle's phone number?
He did.
So you were gone February the 1st of 2013 to meet with your husband?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to Abilene.
And so you weren't present on February the 2nd, 2013 when Mr. Kyle came by your house in Lancaster to pick up your son to take him wherever he was taking him?
No, sir.
And you had no knowledge that was gonna happen on that day, is that correct?
I did not.
And later that day, or later that evening, did someone in law enforcement contact you about your son?
My daughter contacted me.
Your daughter contacted you first?
First, yes.
And her name is?
Laura Blevins.
And she's married and has children, right?
Yes, she is.
And what city does she live in?
She lives in Cedar Hill.
That's Dallas County?
Yes.
And your daughter contacted you, and you don't say what she said, but she told you that something had occurred, is that right?
She did.
And at some point, did someone in law enforcement contact you, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
They never contacted you?
No.
Well, was a phone call made to your son? I guess you're in Abilene. We hear your voice on a recording. Was a phone call made to your son while he sat in Chris Kyle's black Ford pickup truck, to your knowledge? On the
Yes.
2nd?
Yes.
How did you know to call? I guess what I'm saying is, how did you know to call your son?
I wasn't calling my son. I had Chris's phone number in my phone, and I dialed that number praying to God that he would answer.
And so the phone that you dialed was whose phone?
It was Chris's phone.
Did you talk to your son while he was sitting in Chris Kyle's truck in front of your house on the 2nd of February?
I did.
Because it's in evidence now, and I think the jury's heard your voice. I don't know if you've heard that, but there's a conversation with you and your son, and Lancaster PD has your son surrounded. And you're aware that you talked to a police officer with Lancaster PD, right?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Jesse Chavera. He was also my neighbor.
Jesse didn't call you on your phone, to your knowledge? If you don't remember.
I don't remember. I'm trying to think, but I don't remember.
Anyway, you learned that your son had been arrested for killing Mr. Kyle and Mr. Littlefield, is that right?
Yes.
Now, in the past, had your son smoked marijuana to your knowledge?
Yes.
In the past, I said it's right or wrong, in the past, had you smoked marijuana?
Yes.
And actually had you smoked marijuana with your son?
Yes, I did.
Did your son have a history, in your opinion, of abusing marijuana? In other words, using marijuana, quite a bit of marijuana at certain times?
He did smoke, but I didn't consider it an abuse.
What effect, and in Texas, it's against the law. In other states, it's okay, so we're in Texas.
Right.
What effect did it have on your son in terms of his overall behavior? Did it calm him down? Did it make him
Yes, he was
Let me-
very
let me-
much,
let me finish the
I'm
question.
sorry,
Did it calm him down and make him hypervigilant, or how was he?
much calmer.
So the pot had a calming effect on him?
Yes, sir.
Now, your brother is Johnny Watson,
Yes,
and he lives in Alvarado.
yes,
That's in Johnson County.
yes it is.
And you don't have any personal knowledge of your brother going to your house in Lancaster that morning prior to the time that you called, pick your son up, did you?
No,
I mean, you weren't there.
no.
And I don't want you to say what you heard it is or believe it is, but you've heard that your son's being diagnosed with certain mental health issues. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And that's by physicians and psychologists?
yes, psychiatrist and psychologist at the VA.
I'll pass the witness.
You may.
Good afternoon, Ms. Routh.
Hello, Ms. Starnes.
I want to talk to you a little bit first about your son. Mr. St. John was asking you about his familiarity with firearms.
Yes,
And you said that he, like a lot of boys in Texas and around here, grew up hunting.
yes,
Dad hunts,
yes,
uncle hunts. Dad took him hunting,
yes,
uncle took him hunting.
yes.
What kind of things would he hunt for?
Deer, rabbit, dove.
All kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
It's not me that gets upset, it's this man in front of you here. So, and what types of guns did Eddie have growing up?
deer rifles, shotguns.
Okay, any handguns?
No,
Okay. Mainly rifles and shotguns,
yes,
types of weapons you hunt with.
right.
And in fact, he liked to hunt even after he got out of the Marines, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Went hunting,
I'm sorry.
went hunting with friends,
He went hunting with friends.
went hunting with family,
Yes,
maybe even went hunting with his girlfriend,
yes,
okay? I think I read something, he took a gun safety class as early as age 12.
yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay, so he was familiar with guns from the age 12 on up.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he went to the armory school in the Marines
Yes,
and learned how to repair small arms.
yes,
Now, when we say small arms, we're not just talking about handguns, right?
no,
We're talking about anything from a handgun, pistol, semi-automatic, revolvers, on up to, pretty much up to like, what, grenade launcher? Anything in between?
at least a 50 caliber.
Okay, up at least to a 50 caliber weapon.
I would believe so, yes,
And that's a pretty big weapon.
yes.
Okay, so small is kind of a relative term.
The name the Marine Corps gave it.
Okay. And how long was that school that he went to learn how to repair and maintain weapons?
I believe it was about 6 months.
And did he show some kind of aptitude for weapons that kind of made them route him that way into armory school?
Yes,
And was he a pretty good at handling weapons?
yes,
Pretty good shot,
yes,
pretty skilled with weapons?
yes, ma'am.
And so, is it your understanding that his job as an armorer would involve him, repairing the Marines' weapons, the small arms,
Yes,
and maintaining them, make sure they're in good operation condition?
yes,
And then if somebody needed a weapon, he would distribute them to that person?
yes,
Not to make this sound at all like a derogatory term at all, because it's not, but have you heard that job referred to as in the rear with the gear?
no, ma'am, I have not,
Never heard that term?
no,
Okay. Well, because you understand the job as an armorer is kind of a behind-the-scenes position.
yes,
They're there to make sure that the people that are going out onto the front line have good operational gear.
yes,
Right? And that's an important job too. Now, you said he was, after boot camp, he went to, the small arms repair. At some point, did he go to Camp Lejeune in
Yes.
North Carolina?
yes.
Okay. And what did he do there?
He worked in the armory,
Okay. And then after that is when he went to Iraq?
yes,
Okay. And was he an armorer for some period of time in Iraq?
I don't know.
Do you know where he was stationed in Iraq?
I don't know the name of the town. He was a prison guard.
Okay, so he was a prison guard, and then was he also though an armorer as well as a prison guard at different places?
I don't know.
He was in a place called Balad for a while, wasn't he?
I don't believe so.
Was he in a place called Fallujah for a while?
Yes,
Is that where he was a prison guard?
I don't know.
Now he was there for what, 7 months?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he returned back to Camp Lejeune, is that right?
Yes,
About 2 years in Camp Lejeune?
yes,
And then he went off on the ship to the Mediterranean.
yes, ma'am.
And that was, you said, for 2 years?
No, that was for 7 months.
Okay, okay, you're right, 7 months on the ship, and he was an armorer on the ship.
Yes,
Again, distributing firearms to people.
yes,
And then he came back from that in about December of '09, is that right?
yes,
And he went back to Camp Lejeune,
yes, ma'am.
and then from there, it was shortly after that that he was deployed to Haiti,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was a humanitarian mission.
Yes, it was.
Now, by the time he came back from the ship, and that's actually, you know, it's what they call an MEU.
Right,
Okay.
Marine Expeditionary Unit,
Okay.
yes.
When he came back from the MEU and then he went back to Camp Lejeune by late 2009, had he already decided that he was kind of looking at getting out of the Marines?
No, I think he wanted to stay.
But then he got deployed to Haiti
Yes, he did.
and was there for about 3.5 months.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a humanitarian mission post-earthquake there.
Yes,
Undoubtedly a pretty awful situation down there. A lot of, I mean, it's a poor country to begin with, right?
yes,
People don't have a lot, and then they had even less after the earthquake.
yes.
Now, you said something about, was it his job to make sure that the people on the land had food, water, and supplies and distribute that?
That was part of the job he did.
Okay, now you said something about cleaned up bodies from the beaches. Who'd you hear that from?
From Eddie.
Any, ever heard that from any other source besides Eddie?
That was part of the Marine Corps job.
But you never heard that story from anybody but Eddie?
The media.
Not saying that, the media didn't say he did it.
No.
Okay. So, now let's talk about, I'll talk to you a little bit about, you know, just kind of what Eddie's like. Have you ever heard anybody in your family or anybody else kind of just say, you know, that's Eddie being Eddie?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. What does that mean?
free-spirited, happy-go-lucky guy,
He liked to be funny,
most definitely.
liked to kind of crack jokes.
Yes,
Still does that with y'all, right?
yes.
I've heard the term by some people that, and they say it endearingly, he's kind of the class clown.
I never heard his teachers say that, but he's just a funny guy.
Likes to entertain people,
Yes,
likes to be witty,
yes,
be sarcastic sometimes.
yes.
Can sometimes say things that are maybe kind of shocking or inappropriate to people.
Some people might find it shocking.
Well, y'all's family, I get the impression that there are a lot of topics that are not off limits in your family. Would that be accurate?
I don't understand the question.
Well, for instance, it's not off limits in your family to have a discussion about, say, for instance, bodily functions.
Nope, it's part of life.
Just something y'all talk about.
Yes,
Wouldn't be off limits to talk about sex with somebody in the family.
no,
Sometimes he uses very colorful or profanity when talking to even you and his dad.
yes.
Very colorful language.
Do you mean cussing, or, I don't know what you mean by colorful. I don't
Well,
understand.
Have you noticed sometimes he speaks kind of in metaphors or idioms?
No,
Never noticed that. Now, let me talk to you about marijuana usage.
mm-hmm,
You knew that
yes,
was gonna come up,
yes,
and you said Eddie smoked marijuana.
yes,
Smoked it since he was about high school age, right?
yes,
There was a time that he moved out of your husband's house and moved in with an aunt and uncle when he was in high school, right?
yes,
And Laura did as well.
yes.
And is that when they started smoking marijuana?
I believe so.
Now, is that the uncle that died of a drug overdose that he lived with at that time?
Yes,
And was it fair to say that the rules at that house were a little looser than they were at yours and at your husband Raymond's house?
yes,
And then when he would come home, I'm assuming he came home on leave occasionally when he was in the Marines.
yes,
And did he smoke marijuana when he came home from the Marines?
no,
Because he was drug tested in the Marines, is that right?
yes,
And so if he had smoked marijuana at home, he'd have a dirty urinalysis when he went back.
yes,
Then when he finally got out of the Marines, in 2010, after he came back from Haiti, he got out, right?
yes.
Okay. And then after he got out, did you notice an increase in his marijuana usage?
No,
Well, if he wasn't smoking at all while he was in the Marines, anything after the Marines would be an increase, right?
yes,
Okay. And so, he smoked it, would you say regularly?
no, occasionally,
Just occasionally?
yes,
Like how often?
a few times a week.
Okay. A few times a week is occasional?
This argument of judge object.
Overruled.
I'm just trying to figure out what you mean by occasional.
On the weekends or, occasionally.
And you smoked it as well with him?
Yes, I did.
How long had you been smoking marijuana?
That's not relevant, Your Honor. It's not relevant to anything.
Sustained.
Did you smoke it pretty regularly with your son?
No,
Did you smoke it out on the back porch with him?
yes,
Okay. And his dad did as well, right?
I can't answer for his dad.
Did you ever see his dad smoke marijuana with Eddie?
No,
Never?
no,
Never smoked it together, the three of y'all as a family?
no,
Okay, just you and Eddie did?
yes,
Now, your brother, James Watson, he's also a marijuana smoker.
yes,
Or at least he was until recently when he got put on probation. Now he's not allowed to.
Yes.
And then Eddie lived with him actually for, what, about a year after he got out of the Marines?
Maybe a year. Not quite that long, I don't think.
And he went and lived on his Uncle James' couch.
Yes.
And your brother, James Watson, in the past has also had other drug issues, right?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be surprising if you found out that your brother smoked marijuana with Eddie, would it?
No.
Now, you know from, I guess, being with Eddie at the VA or some of these doctor visits that the doctors and the other counselors at the VA had told him to stop smoking marijuana.
Yes.
You knew that that was advised that he should stop that.
Yes.
Also, he's been advised to stop drinking by them too.
Yes.
So let's talk about the drinking. How long's Eddie been drinking alcohol?
Probably since 17.
Since high school.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what does he usually like to drink?
Beer.
And have you seen him drink excessively before?
Yes.
Did you tell, you remember talking with a Ranger, Jamie Downs?
Yes, I do.
Last March 7th, 2013.
Yes.
He actually came up and visited you and your husband up in Hereford and interviewed y'all.
Yes.
Do you remember telling him that Eddie would often drink until he passes out?
I did tell him that.
And do you remember telling him that you have seen Eddie get drunk and get angry?
Yes.
In fact, there was a particular incident right before he was hospitalized in September of 2012.
Yes.
And that was actually around September the 2nd, 2012, right?
Yes.
Now that was it like a barbecue or a fish fry or something?
It was a fish fry. Fish fry family gathering.
Okay. I heard the story, it was a fish fry, but then maybe there wasn't enough fish and you had to supplement it with some takeout food or something.
I don't remember that. I know we fried fish.
Okay. But a family gathering.
Yes.
And now, your husband had come home from his job up in the Panhandle for that, right?
Yes.
Now, when did your husband Raymond go work up in the Hereford area?
First went up there. It was in 2012, around March 2012.
Okay, and I don't know that I'm clear. What does your husband Raymond do for a living?
He was working for a company that makes cattle feed lot equipment.
Okay. And so his work, I'm kind of getting the impression he was having, could he not find work closer to Lancaster and so had to go look elsewhere?
No, he had a job here. He got a better opportunity.
Okay, paid better up there.
Yes.
Okay, so he moved, not really permanently moved, but he's staying up there. And would he come home sometimes and visit the family?
Yes.
Okay, and so Mr. Routh, Mr. Raymond Routh, is kind of hard, so we may call him by the first names occasionally so we know who we're talking about. His husband Raymond had come home for this family gathering.
Yes.
For the fish fry. And had he not been home for a while?
No.
And actually there was an incident, let me kind of get clear who's there for that. Your daughter Laura was there, right?
Yes.
Her husband Gaines.
Yes.
And their little girl Julie.
Yes.
And now Julie was about how old at the time?
Maybe 2.
And then there were some other people there too, right?
Yes.
Eddie's Marine friend Arturo Alanis was there.
Yes.
And his wife Alanis, A-L-A-N-I-S, is that right? And his wife Kashana was there.
Yes, Shaney.
Shaney, that's what they call her.
Yes.
And then their little girl.
Yes, she was an infant.
And were there some other people there too?
I don't know.
Those are the people that you can definitely remember there.
Yes,
And at that family gathering, Eddie got pretty drunk, right?
he did.
Got in a fight with his dad.
Yes,
There was some, I guess, an argument about whether his dad could sell Eddie's firearms, is that right?
there wasn't, no.
Was there some discussion about selling Eddie's firearms?
There was a discussion about selling an antique firearm to pay for Eddie to go to school.
Oh, okay. And whose firearms were those?
Those belonged to Raymond.
Okay. But fair to say Eddie didn't want to sell those weapons.
No, because they were antique and they belonged to his great-grandfather.
Okay. And in fact, Eddie got really mad about that.
He did, because he wanted to get his benefits from being in the Marine Corps and not have to sell a family heirloom to go to school.
Right, but in fact, he and his dad got into it, and this resulted in Eddie threatening to kill himself and the family, right?
Yes,
In fact, you were frightened,
yes,
and you were so frightened that you called the police about that incident.
I did.
And you relayed this information to the police. that
Yes.
He's been threatening to kill himself and the family.
Yes,
You were, rightfully concerned about that.
yes,
And were you so frightened that you had Arturo remove all weapons from the house?
yes.
And then was it at this point, or was it some other point that you gave some guns to your friend Donna Taylor?
That was at another point, I believe.
Okay. So after the fish fry, you had Arturo remove the guns from the house.
Yes.
And how many guns were in y'all's house that you had Arturo remove?
There were probably 8.
And were these 8 like rifles, shotguns?
Rifles and or shotguns, yes.
And so you called the police, and did they find Eddie walking down the street shirtless and upset?
Yes,
And they actually took him into custody and took him to Green Oaks Hospital, is that right?
they did.
And then Green Oaks Hospital transferred him to the VA.
Yes,
And were you aware that he tested positive for marijuana during that hospital stay?
no.
Now, prior to that hospitalization, there was one back in, I think you referenced 2011, right?
Yes,
And that was actually July 2011.
yes,
Before that had happened, Eddie was working in Houston, right?
yes,
Working with his cousin Adam,
yes,
doing construction.
yes,
You ever been to Houston in the summertime?
yes.
Pretty miserable, isn't it?
Try to avoid it.
I used to live there. Pretty bad place. Working outside though, doing construction.
Yes,
And did there come a time that he called in sick to work and took a cab to the hospital?
yes,
And then his sister Laura came and picked him up in Houston.
she did.
And that was when he was telling people he thought he had a tapeworm.
Yes.
Now, do you know, did he have any kind of intestinal issues that were bothering him?
No, no, just that he felt that something was eating him from the inside.
Okay, so he thought he had some kind of medical problem, had a tapeworm.
Yes,
And did his sister Laura then take him to the hospital?
yes,
Took him to the VA hospital in Dallas.
yes,
And were you aware that he actually tested positive for marijuana and possibly embalming fluid during that visit?
no,
Now, then after that hospitalization, you said it's when he went back, he got out and then he went back a few days later, or
yes,
a week or two later, for another stay at the hospital. And then he got out. Was it between that hospitalization and the fish fry that he lived with your brother James?
I don't know.
Or did he live with your brother James before he moved off to Houston to go work construction?
I don't know.
Now let me talk to you about January 2013. You had mentioned that there was another hospitalization in January the 13th, I'm sorry, January 2013, right?
At Green Oaks and followed up by VA,
Okay.
yes.
That was actually started January the 19th, 2013, right?
Yes.
And then so you understand that that was preceded by an incident involving his girlfriend and her roommate.
Yes.
And his girlfriend at that time was Jennifer Weed, right?
Yes.
Do you know her roommate to be named Gabriela Lucero?
No, I did not know
You
her.
just knew Jennifer had a roommate.
Yes.
And do you know that that involved him threatening Jennifer Weed and Gabby Lucero with a knife, as well as a ninja sword?
I know he had a knife, but no, he was not threatening them.
And who's giving you that information?
Jen.
Okay, Jen told you that.
Jen said that he was afraid somebody was trying to get her, not threatening her with the knife.
Okay, you're not aware that he actually threatened Jen and Gabby with a knife, threatened to kill them?
No.
Not aware that he actually threatened to take them out to East Texas and kill them?
No.
Not aware that he actually threatened to use them as human tampons?
No.
Not aware that he wouldn't let them leave the apartment?
I knew he didn't allow them to leave.
Okay, so he held them there in the apartment with a knife and didn't let them leave?
Yes.
That's all you know?
Yes.
And that's coming from Jen Weed?
Yes.
And how long had he been dating Jen Weed when that happened?
Probably for about 6 or 7 months.
And did they, in fact, live together briefly?
Shortly, yes.
That was actually after the fish fry incident. He went to live with her.
Yes.
Because you and his dad didn't want him coming back to live with y'all.
No, he made that choice.
And so he lived with her shortly, and then did he end up coming back to live with you?
Yes.
Did he and Jen break up for a little while in the fall of 2012?
I don't know.
But it was, so if it was after the fish fry, which was September 2012, and then he went to live with Jen for a little while.
Yes.
Okay, and then he came back to live with you in Lancaster.
Yes.
Said something about what his life was like when he got out of the military. And you said he went to work at Mill Spray.
Yes.
And that involved him doing a job kind of similar to what he did in the Marines, right?
The same job, yes.
Maintaining weapons.
Yes, on military bases.
Right, so he'd go around to different military bases around the country.
Yes.
I guess that's something I don't quite understand is why the military bases need to bring somebody in from the outside to maintain their weapons. But
That's a good question.
that's what he did.
Yes.
And so how many different places did he go to maintain weapons?
I don't know how many different places, just all over the U.S.
Can you name some places he went to?
Yes, he went to California, he went to Alabama, he went to Kentucky. I don't know what else.
All over, and so, but the same thing, weapons from handguns on up to 50 caliber? Probably
Yes,
just like he did in the military.
yes.
And how long did he have that job?
Probably for about 7 or 8 months.
Then he quit that job.
He did.
And is it because he didn't like the travel?
He did not like the flying.
And so he left that job.
Yes.
Was that a fairly decent paying job at Mill Spray?
Paid better than the Marine Corps.
But he left that, and then after he left Mill Spray though, did he have trouble getting steady employment?
Yes, he did.
Did he feel that people didn't appreciate that he had been in the Marines?
Yes.
Would he often tell employers that he was a veteran and find that it didn't really seem to make a difference?
Can you repeat that?
Did he tell you that he would tell employers he was a veteran and they didn't seem to care?
Yes.
Did he think he ought to be able to get a better job than he was able to find after he left Mill Spray?
Yes.
Had to take some jobs working at fast food places?
Yes, ma'am.
Worked at Sonic at one point?
Yes.
Worked at a pizza place?
Yes.
Fair to say he didn't really like those jobs.
No.
I mean, who would?
I'm sure some people love him.
But he didn't.
He didn't, no.
Sometimes he would have a job where he had a hard time dealing with the other people at the jobs.
Not to my knowledge.
Did you tell Ranger Downs that sometimes he had a hard time dealing with people at jobs?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Ranger Downs that sometimes Eddie would have angry outbursts?
Yes.
And this, I guess, complicated his employment situation.
Yes. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. That's been quite a while since I talked with him.
Or were you talking about him having angry outbursts at work or just at other places?
Just at other places.
But you'd seen him have angry outbursts.
Yes.
Do you remember telling Ranger Downs after the military he angered easier?
Yes.
That the least little thing would set him off?
Yes.
What kind of things would set Eddie off?
Something specific?
Right, I'm just wondering what you meant when you said the least little thing would set him off.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, at some point in time, you got him, I'm assuming you helped him get this job with Donna Taylor.
Yes.
Because she's a friend of the family.
Yes.
Y'all have known her for years and years.
Yes.
And she owns a cabinet making shop.
Yes.
And so he got a job there.
Yes, she asked Eddie to come to work for her.
Okay. And did he know how to make cabinets, or did he learn on the job there?
He was learning on the job.
Would it be fair to say that's not a very high-paying job? Is he like a carpenter's apprentice?
Yes.
That's what he was doing there?
Yes.
And so, were you aware he was making somewhere between about $250 and $400 a week?
Yes.
Not enough to get his own apartment.
Yes.
He's living with you and Dad. Well, Dad's living off in Hereford, right there.
Yes.
He's driving that VW Bug.
Yes.
Right? How long had he had that car? It was a pretty old car, wasn't it?
It was a pretty old car, but he had only owned it for a couple of years.
Fair to say, though, that it often needed repair.
Sometimes.
He had a truck, but he lost that to impound, right?
Yes.
Didn't have a driver's license.
No.
Did that kind of limit how far he could travel somewhere?
Yes.
So maybe he would have to take a job closer to home, right?
Yes.
Now, he's still driving though, right?
Yes.
But that involves a little bit of risk if you're driving around without a license.
Absolutely.
Concerned that you might get stopped by the police at any time.
Yes.
So he's living with you, in y'all's house in Lancaster. Now, we're getting up toward, 2012. He's 25 years old now.
Yes.
Now, did you know that he would, occasionally have fights with his girlfriend, Jen Weed?
I didn't know.
Do you know about any arguments they have?
He didn't talk to me about his affairs with her.
But he was living in that guest bedroom in your house.
Well, it was just a bedroom, yes.
Yeah. Well, you have your room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the second bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I guess I'm kinda unclear. There's like a little room off the second bedroom.
And that was Eddie's bedroom.
Okay.
Just a smaller room.
Okay, but if nobody's living there but you and Eddie, he was into that other part of the bedroom too, right?
Yes.
And did he have a mattress in there that the dog ate?
Yes.
And so he was sleeping at some point in time, close in time to February 2013, was he actually sleeping on an air mattress?
Yes.
Because the dog ate the real mattress.
Yes.
And while we're on the subject of the dog, he had this dog, the black dog.
Yes.
Girly.
Girly, yes.
He loved that dog, didn't he?
Absolutely, as if, yes, he loved her.
Wouldn't have left town permanently and gone off and left the dog.
No.
He would like to take that dog with him wherever he went.
Yes.
He could. It'd be fair to say he didn't much like being in the VA hospital when he went there.
No. No, he didn't like it.
Didn't like the doctors there?
No.
What did he not like about the doctors?
They didn't listen.
Did he sometimes get frustrated, because they were, foreign doctors, maybe didn't speak English that well?
Yes.
He hated going to group therapy, didn't he?
He did not like it.
In fact, he'd often get angry when he was told he had to go to group therapy.
He didn't like it.
He didn't like it that they wanted him to get substance abuse treatment, did he?
No.
He didn't want to get substance abuse treatment.
He wanted treatment for his illness.
But he didn't want to give up alcohol and marijuana, right?
He didn't, but he did do that. He did give it up.
When? After he went to jail?
No, while he was being treated, he was not drinking and smoking marijuana.
When he was in the hospital?
Even when he got out, he wasn't.
And what period of time are you talking about?
The 2011 hospitalization.
But by the time he got out after January 2013, he didn't give it up, right?
Yes.
I guess that was kind of a double negative. Yeah. He did not give up marijuana after he got out of the hospital in 2013, did he?
No.
And in fact, he wasn't allowed to go to the Waco program because they wanted him to demonstrate a period of sobriety before he could get into that program. Is that right?
No.
No?
Nope. They said that he was not psychologically sound enough to enter their program.
And by psychological soundness, do you know that they would require him to be sober before they entered that program?
No.
Now, in late January 2013, after the incident with Jen Weed and her girlfriend that caused him to go to Green Oaks and then over to the VA, I think there came a time that he wanted you to tell the doctors that he was ready to get out, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he got out around January the 25th.
Yes.
Now, do you remember telling Ranger Jamie Downs that it was the same Friday Eddie was released from the hospital against your wishes, that you asked Chris Kyle if he could talk with your son Eddie?
No, I don't remember that.
If we have a recording of you saying that.
Then I said it. I don't remember it, but then I said it, yes.
Okay, I mean, does that sound right?
Yes,
And then, so you're referencing though, the Friday after he got out of the VA that January.
when I originally talked to Chris the one time, it was right after school started back. It wasn't that late in the month.
Well, you remember though telling Ranger Downs it was the Friday after Eddie got out of the VA.
I probably did.
I mean, that's a pretty, I would imagine a pretty emotionally intense time in your life that, you know, he's in the VA hospital.
Yes.
And that's what caused you to reach out to Chris Kyle and want him to help your son, right?
It was prior to him going into the hospital that I was reaching out to him.
Do you remember talking with Chris during this first conversation? And there was one conversation where you kind of saw him in the kid drop-off lane, right?
Yes,
And that's when y'all discussed about whether he could help him through the FitGo Cares organization.
yes,
And asked if you could send your phone number home in one of his kids' backpack.
yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
That's actually, I'm gonna show you one of these two, I don't know which, states 160 and 161. Is that your handwriting?
Yes,
Did you actually send these notes home with one of Chris Kyle's children?
I put it in the child's backpack.
Okay, the yellow note you put in the child's backpack.
Yes,
Okay, and it has your number and Eddie's number on here.
this is our home phone number. That is my cell phone number.
Gotcha, okay. And so you put this in Chris Kyle's child's backpack?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you wanted him to help Eddie.
Yes,
Now, was it at some later date that you gave Chris Kyle this note, states 160?
I believe I wrote this when he came back to the school and talked to me. I'd already placed this in the child's backpack. And then I wrote this when Chris came and visited me in person.
Okay, so you gave this one to Chris Kyle in person?
Yes,
Okay. And was that same day, though, that you had talked to him in the child drop-off lane?
yes,
And so after you mentioned I'm getting the impression the first exchange with Chris Kyle was rather brief.
yes, because it was in the drop-off line. I just opened the car door for his kids to get out and said, "Do you still do FitCo? My son needs some help." And he said, "Yes. Give me the number. I'll get in touch with y'all." It was that short.
And it being the child drop-off lane, there are other cars probably behind him.
Right,
Got to get out of the way.
right,
But you saw at that time what type of truck he drove. It's
yes,
that big black truck.
right.
And so, it's later that same day that Chris came back to the school and talked to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did somebody notify you that he was there to talk to you?
Yes, the office called my classroom and asked me to come to the office that I had a visitor.
And so did you go down there and meet somewhere in private with Chris Kyle?
Yes,
And discuss Eddie with him?
yes,
And ask for his help?
yes.
Now, did you tell Chris that Eddie had been hospitalized at that point in time, depending on what date you think this is? Did you tell him he'd been hospitalized back in July of 2011?
Told him I did not give him specific dates. I just said he had been previously hospitalized.
Did you tell him he'd been actually hospitalized twice in 2011?
Yes,
Did you tell him he'd been hospitalized in September of 2012 after getting drunk at the fish fry and threatening to shoot himself and the family?
I didn't give those specifics, but yes.
So what did you tell him?
I just said he had had several hospitalizations at the VA, and he wasn't getting the treatment that he needed.
So you don't think, though, you told him that one of those hospitalizations was precipitated by getting drunk at the fish fry and threatening to kill himself and the family?
No.
And now, according to your interview with Ranger Downs, this was the Friday after he was released from the VA hospital in January. And that would have been after the incident with Jen Weed and her roommate.
Yes.
You didn't tell Chris Kyle about that incident.
I'm confused about the dates. The dates I'm recalling and the dates you're saying to me are not concurrent. They're not the same.
Do you remember during this conversation with Chris Kyle, there was some conversation with him about a niece being born?
No, that was later. During the conversation at the school, no, he did not tell me about a niece being born.
Okay, that was a later conversation. When did you talk to Chris Kyle after you had that conversation with him at the school?
It was one day the next week, and I opened the door because actually he had come back and said he was picking his kids up because he was getting a baby, a new family member. And I opened the door and said, "What'd you get, a niece or a nephew?"
When you met with Chris Kyle at the school and talked to him about Eddie, did you tell him details like that Eddie had been an armorer in the Marines?
Yes.
And so he knew that?
Yes.
Did you tell him that Eddie enjoyed shooting sports and firearms?
Yes.
So he knew that. Did you tell him that, I mean, how much detail did you get into about Eddie's hospitalizations and why he went there?
Not a lot of detail. It was a short 5-6 minute meeting. Didn't last very long. Chris assured me that he understood what Eddie was going through, and that he understood about the over drinking, and he understood that the VA did not give the help that he needed, and that he was fortunate enough to have his own doctors and he didn't have to rely on the VA for his care.
Right. So, it'd be fair to say you didn't disclose to Chris Kyle incidents where Eddie had become violent in the past?
That's repetitious, Judge.
Overruled.
You didn't tell Chris Kyle that Eddie had had angry outbursts?
I did tell him he got angry.
You didn't tell him the extent of that, though, did you?
I told him what I was asking for, and he talked more telling me what he could do to help Eddie by getting the fitness equipment and becoming a buddy with him and letting him understand that he was not the only one that suffered after serving in the military.
In retrospect, don't you think it would have been helpful for Chris Kyle to have known that Eddie had once gotten angry and threatened to shoot himself and the whole family?
That's not relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you, fair to say you probably regret not telling him that much detail.
I was just looking for help for my son.
And Chris Kyle actually told you that, I promise I'm gonna help your son, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And he said he was gonna do everything in his power to help your son.
Yes, he did.
He actually gave you a hug at the end of that visit.
Yes, he did.
And you gave him y'all's phone numbers again, and he actually did follow up and talk with Eddie on the phone a few times, right?
Yes.
Now, you knew that there were plans at some point to go to the gun range.
No,
You didn't know that.
I didn't.
Do you remember telling one of your coworkers, Dana Gentry, that you thought that was a good plan, that Eddie would be out in his element, and he enjoyed that kind of thing?
I said Eddie would enjoy hunting, yes.
Now, so in January 2013, Eddie wanted to get out of the VA hospital.
Yes, he did.
Didn't like it there.
No,
Didn't like the VA.
no,
Didn't like the doctor.
no.
Didn't like that they were telling him he had to stop smoking marijuana and stop drinking.
He didn't like that they were giving him too much medication.
But also didn't like that they wanted him to stop marijuana and drinking.
I don't know.
Was his girlfriend Jennifer actually helping him maintain his medication regimen?
She did?
And she actually came to stay with him on February 1st when you went off to visit your husband, right?
Yes.
And so Eddie had filled out an application at some point, right, for the VA to get disability benefits, correct?
Yes, that was in 2010.
Okay, so right after he got out of the Marines, he applied for disability.
He just applied for his benefits. I don't know if that was actually disability, but
Are you aware that he filled out an application for disability?
I know he filled out an application for benefits.
Okay. Are you aware that he checked off every body part imaginable, even erectile dysfunction, to get disability?
No,
And he got money from the VA, correct?
do you mean benefits?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, every time he would go to the hospital and be hospitalized, they would increase his amount of money, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, no, I misanswered that. He never got any benefits until after he was in jail in here in Routh County.
So
He never
after-
received a penny.
So after he killed 2 men, the VA deemed him to be disabled and started giving him money.
Yes.
And now who gets that money now?
He gets it and I put it in an account for him.
Did he actually get kind of a lump sum for back pay on that?
Yes, he did.
And did Laura and her husband use that for a down payment on a house?
That's not relevant, Your Honor, Jay.
Let's see, attorneys. Sustained.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
There's been a lot of questions from people in this route about appearance now versus how he looked in 2013. And so fair to say he was much thinner in 2013 than he is now.
Yes, ma'am.
But when he was in the Marines, it'd be fair to say he was very fit and very muscular.
Yes.
And I'll show you States Exhibit 336, 337, and 338. And do you recognize the person in those photographs?
They're my son.
Okay. And have you seen these photos before?
I have. They were sent to me by someone that he said he served with Eddie.
Okay. And you believe these fairly accurately portray Eddie as he looked when he was in the Marines?
Yes.
We would offer States 336, 337, and 338.
I have no objection to 336 and 338, Your Honor. I do have an objection to 337 approach.
You may.
I would submit it before, I might be off on this, but I would submit that it's repetitious. There's a similar photograph already in evidence. It depicts the same thing.
All right, your objection is noted and overruled. I will admit States Exhibits 336, 337, and 338.
I may have published by passing them to the jury.
You may do so.
It's your understanding, Ms. Routh, those are photographs of Eddie when he was in the Marines.
Yes.
Shows him with some weapons.
Yes.
So you were off in, was it Abilene?
Yes.
February the 2nd, 2000?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Visiting your husband.
Yes.
And when did you left that Friday the 1st?
Yes, after school.
And you first got word that Eddie had killed these two men when Laura called you frantically.
Yes.
And she said that Eddie was at her house
Yes.
and he was driving a large black truck.
I'm objecting to her, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Laura's frantic when she's calling you, right? I think
Yes.
that was your word that you used.
Yes, she was frantic.
And she said Eddie came here and said he killed people
Yes.
and that he's driving a big black truck.
Yes.
And when she said that, did you know whose big black truck that was?
I had a good idea.
And because of that, did you try and call Chris Kyle?
I did.
And he didn't answer, did
And
he?
he did not answer.
And Laura, when she called you frantically, was afraid he might come back and kill her,
She was very afraid.
for her and her family.
Yes.
And she said that Eddie said he was gonna go to Oklahoma.
Yes.
So you got no answer when you called Chris,
No.
and then did you then call other family members to try and warn them?
Yes.
called your neighbor, Jesse Chavera,
Yes.
and then you learned a few hours later that Eddie had been caught by the police in front of y'all's house.
I learned that he was arrested on the highway.
Right. He actually, they were, I guess, surrounding him in front of your house.
Yes.
And Jesse Chavera called you on the phone and tried to get you to talk to Eddie and get him to give himself up to the police.
Yes.
But he didn't do that then.
No.
You understand there was a chase that ensued.
Yes.
And then that's when he was caught on the highway after he fled from the police.
Yes.
Now, he's been in jail for a little over 2 years now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You talk to him regularly on the phone?
Yes.
Correspond by letter with him?
Yes.
Now, you gave an interview to a reporter from the New Yorker named Nicholas Schmidl.
Yes.
And actually then, did Eddie tell you that he was gonna also talk with Nicholas Schmidl?
He said Nicholas had tried to call him there.
And did you warn Eddie not to talk to a reporter?
I did.
That wouldn't be a good idea.
No.
Because you know, when he calls from the jail, there's that recording on the phone.
Yes.
And so everybody knows that those calls are recorded.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so, is your understanding though that you did, in fact, talk to Nicholas Schmidl against your advice?
I did not know.
You haven't heard those calls?
No.
Did Eddie tell you that he wanted to talk to Nicholas Schmidl and to get his story out?
I don't know.
Did he tell you that Nicholas Schmidl was gonna help him get out of jail?
I don't know.
And you know where he is now, where he's housed at the Routh County Jail, that he has his own cell,
Yes.
has his own TV,
Yes.
gets to watch a lot of TV.
Yes.
Not a whole lot else to do in there, right?
Yes.
Read or watch TV. He watches all kinds of cable shows.
Yes.
Seems to have kind of a big cable package, maybe not HBO and those channels, but
Judge, that's not right, Judge.
Sustained.
when you talk to him on the phone and by mail, does he often update you about what he's watching on TV?
Yes.
And before February the 2nd, 2013, Chris Call had never met your son.
No.
Chad Littlefield had never met your son.
No.
Pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, just remain seated where you are. You have additional witnesses you're gonna call this afternoon?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's all the testimony that will be presented today. It's a little early, given our schedule, but that's, at this point, it's become a necessity. I'm gonna let you have, go at this time of day, under my instructions. Now, I do want to tell you that I've intended all along that in the event that we reached tomorrow, to give you an early day tomorrow. And I've told the attorneys and people so that they can schedule doctor's appointments and everything else. So we're gonna try to get out around 3:30 or 4 o'clock tomorrow as well. I didn't know if that was gonna happen today, so you can maybe schedule, go to the laundry, do things you need to do tomorrow afternoon. We can get out of here a little early. Once we get back, if we keep going, we're gonna go, get back on that 6 o'clock work schedule Thursday and Friday until we're done, so make good use of the time. Again, follow all my instructions while you're released. We'll see you again, do the same process, meet at your location, 8:30 to 8:45. We'll get started as close as we can at 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right, you be seated in the courtroom. The record will reflect at this time the jury's outside of the courtroom. State's counsel is present at counsel table, as well as the defendant, defense counsel. There was, during this witnesses that's on the stand, Ms. Routh's testimony, there was a question regarding compensation for disability. Under Article 2605 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, if, and I'm quoting the law, if a court determines that a defendant has financial resources that enable him to offset in whole or in part the cost of legal services provided, including any expenses and costs, the court shall order the defendant to pay during the pendency of the charges, or if convicted as court costs, amount that he finds the defendant is able to pay. I had no information regarding that, and so I want that to continue this time because that's the matter that's of serious concern for this court. So if you would proceed on that.
Ms. Routh, I get, you understand that what the court's asking about, trying to find out if there was some money paid to your son Eddie from the VA for benefits, and in fact, did they kind of go back and recalculate that there was some money due to him for some months back?
Yes.
And then he got a lump sum after he was in jail here?
Yes.
And what was that lump sum that he received?
I don't know the exact amount.
Is it about $35,000?
It was around 30,000.
Okay. And so where is that money now? Do y'all still have it? Is it in an
Yes.
account for him?
Yes.
And is it still around 30,000?
Yes.
Okay. And so that is an account that's maintained, what, by you and his dad?
Yes.
On Nettie's behalf?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you want me to inquire any further about what bank it's at or anything like that.
At this point in time, my concern is whether or not there's continuing payment.
Right. Does he still receive regular payments from the VA?
Yes.
And does he get about $2,800, $2,900 a month?
Yes.
And is that money going into that account?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that he will continue to receive that unless he's convicted of capital murder, at which time that'll be reduced to about 10% of that amount?
Yes.
That's about all I know, Your Honor.
St. John.
Not privy to that, I have no question, Your
All
Honor.
right, I will take that matter under advisement, and I will be able to rule upon that at the conclusion of these proceedings. I would advise you not to let you or anyone else access that money. All right, you may step down. All right. No further business this afternoon. Court will stand in recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.